Again.
Okay, welcome to Saturday Night Gaming, you venomous vampires. I don't know why I'm calling you venomous vampires, but I'm playing a game about vampires, and so I thought I would be cheesy like that. But yeah,
Yeah,
this
this
is
is
called
called
Vampire
Vampire
Survivors,
Survivors,
and
and
it's
it's
actually
actually
a kind
kind
of
of
a,
a,
from
from
what
what
I
I
understand,
understand,
kind
kind
of
of
a
a
minor
minor
hit
hit
of
of
a
a
game.
game.
It
It
came
came
out
out
in
in
2021,
2021.
though I
I
only
only
heard
heard
about
about
it
it
like
like
in the
in the
last
last
year or
year or
so,
so,
so
so
I'm
I'm
surprised
surprised
it's
it's
that
that
old.
old.
But
But
in
in
Mark
Mark
W
W
years,
years,
that's a
that's a
brand
brand
new
new
game.
game.
Something's
Something's
from
from
2021 in
2021
the
in the
year
year
2023.
2023.
Um, so
So
yeah,
yeah,
this
this
has
has
been
been
one of
one of
my
my
main
main
go-to
go-to
games
games
lately.
lately.
It's
It's
pretty
pretty
addictive,
addictive,
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
fun.
fun.
It
It
plays
plays
more
more
like,
like,
in a
in a
sense,
sense,
it
it
resembles
resembles
mobile
mobile
games.
games.
Obviously,
Obviously,
its
it's
style
style
of
of
game
game
design
design
isn't
isn't
limited
limited
to
to the
mobile,
mobile,
but
but
it's
it's
like
like
the
the
kind
kind
of
of
thing
thing
where
where
you
you
play and
play
you
and you
get
get
upgrades, and
upgrades,
the
and the
upgrades
upgrades
carry
carry
over
over
to
to
your
your
next
next
game.
game.
And
And
I
I
have
have
like a
like a
love-hate
love-hate
kind
kind
of
of
thing
thing
with
with
that.
that.
It's
It's
like
like
when I
when I
think
think
about it,
about
I'm
it, I'm
like,
like,
I
I
like
like
to
to
just
just
kind of
kind of
play a
play a
game
game
where
where
each
each
play
play
is
is
self-contained,
self-contained,
sort
sort
of.
of.
Not
Not
like
like
I'm
I'm
getting
getting
improvements
improvements
from
from
coins,
coins,
which you
which you
can
can
see
see
over
over
here
here
that
that
I've
I've
earned
earned
from
from
previous
previous
plays.
plays.
But in
But
a
in a
sense,
sense,
sometimes I
sometimes I
just
just
let
let
go
go
of
of
those,
those,
you
you
know,
know,
those
those
these
these
barriers I
barriers I
set
set
up
up
in
in
my
my
mind,
mind,
and I
and I
just
just
play and
play
I
and I
have a
have a
lot
lot
of
of
fun.
fun.
This is
This is
one of
one of
those
those
games.
games.
And I
And I
believe
believe
this
this
is
is
actually
actually
also
also
on
on
mobile
mobile
systems
systems
like
like
iPhone
iPhone
and
and
Android
Android
phones.
phones.
Um, so I
So I
played
played
this a
this a
bunch. If
bunch.
you
If you
look at
look at
my
my
Steam
Steam
uh, logged
logged
hours,
hours,
I
I
played
played
this
this
for,
for,
jeez,
geez,
I
I
played it
played
for
for
24.3
24.3
hours,
hours,
which
which
is
is
a
a
lot
lot
more
more
than
than
most
most
games
games
get
get
from
from
me
me
these
these
days.
days.
That
That
probably
probably
puts it
puts
in
it
the
in the
top
top
10
10
all-time
all-time
Steam
Steam
games
games
in
in
terms
terms
of
of
number
number
of
of
hours
hours
for
for
me
me
personally.
personally.
And that
And that
doesn't
doesn't
sound
sound
like a
like a
lot
lot
for
for
some
some
people.
people.
Some
Some
people, I
people, I
look at
look at
their
their
profiles and
profiles and
they
they
played
played
this
this
game
game
for
for
1,000
1,000
hours,
hours,
that
that
game
game
for
for
900,
900,
this
this
game
game
for
for
800.
800.
But
But
for
for
me,
me,
it's a
it's a
lot. I
lot. I
basically
basically
have
have
FTL
FTL
is
is
my
my
all-time
all-time
top
top
played
played
game
game
with
with
457
457
hours.
hours.
And
And
then
then
there's
there's
probably
probably
like
like
two
two
or
or
three
three
below
below
that.
that.
And
And
then
then
we
we
would
would
get
get
to
to
this
this
game,
game,
which
which
is
is
24
24
hours
hours
on
on
record
record
for
for
me.
me.
And
And
yeah,
yeah,
just
it's
a
just a
lot
lot
of
of
fun.
fun.
It's
It's
easy
easy
to
to
zone
zone
out
out
in.
in.
You
You
can
can
also
also
get
get
intense.
intense.
Um, all
All
you
you
do in
do in
this
this
game
game
is,
is,
by the
by
way,
the way,
you
you
move
move
around.
around.
And
And
sorry
sorry
about
about
this
this
strobe
strobe
light
light
thing.
thing.
I've
I've
been
been
keep
keep
meaning
meaning
to
to
check
check
out
out
what's
what's
going
going
on
on
with
with
my
my
overhead
overhead
lamp.
lamp.
It's
It's
probably
probably
just
just
the
the
bulb,
bulb,
but I
but I
keep
keep
forgetting
forgetting
to
to
go
go
and
and
change
change
it or
it or
something.
something.
But
But
hey,
hey,
you
you
get to
get to
witness a
witness a
strobe
strobe
light
light
effect
effect
in the
in the
lower
lower
left
left
corner
corner
while I'm
while I'm
playing.
playing.
But
But
yeah, I
yeah,
don't
I don't
know.
know.
I
I
guess
guess
I
I
should
should
just
just
get
get
into
into
this
this
without
without
further
further
ado.
ado.
I'm
I'm
echoing,
echoing,
says
says
Mr.
Mr.
Ryan.
Ryan.
Okay,
Okay.
let me
Let me
see
see
why
why
that
that
might
might
be.
be.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for
letting
letting
me
me
know,
know,
Ryan.
Ryan.
Maybe I
Maybe I
have
have
two
two
audio
audio
devices
devices
set
set
up
up
inadvertently.
inadvertently.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
do.
do. Okay, that should be better. Yeah, I had it set up for my MacBook Pro's mic as well as my wireless headset. So that was the issue, I believe. And Ryan says on my TV and my laptop. Oh, maybe you had like quadruple the echo in that case. But yeah, it should only be one. Should only be one audio channel now. Anyway, my only concern about playing this on this stream is I don't know if I'm going to be able to like kind of casually talk to you guys because it can get pretty intense and the action is nonstop. But I can always pause it here and there. We'll see how it goes. Also, I'm considering this just being maybe the first hour or so of the stream, and then I'll switch to something else. Maybe I'll continue my NetHack game already in progress, or I could jump to one of my other standard games like FTL, which I was looking at my stream history, and I actually haven't played FTL since last November. So for something that's kind of standard for my channel, it's been a long time for FTL. Anyway, why don't we just get into it without further ado? And Ryan says Mike Matei played. It looks like a game I like. Yeah, it's really addicting. I don't even know if it's a great game per se. Ultimately, it comes down to fun, right? But sometimes I play this for a half hour and I'm like, oh, why did I do that? Because the way the game works is you have this timer and it just gets harder and harder. And then once 30 minutes comes along, death comes and kills you and it's just game over. And like the whole point is like how much gold did you get and what did you unlock for your subsequent play. So part of me in like my cerebral cortex goes, I'm not really sure I like that. But if I just let go and have fun. I usually have fun. Anyway, so I've unlocked a lot of characters. You start with only, I think just Antonio here with his whip. He's kind of like a Simon Belmont sort of character almost. And the theme of this game is obviously, well, it's not really strictly vampires. It's all kinds of undead creatures and ghosts and I don't know, giant crabs and all kinds of things. But it's just you fight hordes and hordes of things, of these monsters. Just keep coming. You don't even have to press a button to attack. You just move your joystick, and the weapons are automatic. They repeatedly fire. Many of them are kind of like heat-seeking in a sense. Some of them just have like a radius. A few of them you have to aim, so the direction you're moving it would shoot at. Some of them shoot out of your ass, the opposite direction you're moving. Anyway, I don't know who I want to play with. Why don't I just pick the Antonio since we're kind of playing. I'm kind of introducing the game to you guys, although Ryan's already seen it. So each one has a different ability. You can see at the bottom, Antonio gains 10% more damage every 10 levels, with a max of plus 50%. There's all these kind of crazy guys. They each start with their own weapon. You can pretty much get all these weapons. I think there might be one or two exceptions as you play. Yeah, some of these weapons you have to unlock actually, but you can get them. Like this guy has a weird exploding ball thingy. Um, Christine has this weapon that nukes everybody on the screen. The dagger is powerful, but you actually have to aim. Mostly you want to focus on maneuvering, getting things, and fighting and evading enemies. But you can also aim sometimes, or sometimes you have to aim. Actually, the whip you have to aim. It left or right. It'll aim in that direction. Although as you upgrade the whip, it can also hit from behind. Anyway, why don't we just play? So I'm playing as Antonio, and you start with just stage 1, but again, I've played this a whole bunch, so I've unlocked, I think everything. I'm not sure if there's anything more to unlock. Why is the scroll bar acting so funny? Okay. Guess I'm gonna use the mouse wheel. Yeah, so you have these special challenge levels as well as the more standard levels. This one is bizarre. It's just bizarre. I don't know how to explain it. I'll just start with the basic one, which is the Mad Forest. And you can choose these special options. These aren't available to you at the beginning. For example, Hyper. You can tell you on the left the differences. I thought Hyper actually made the enemy health higher, but it's not showing it. But it's showing that I get faster speed and a gold bonus. I thought that was supposed to be you get those pros, but there's also the con of the enemy health. So I don't know why that's not showing up anymore. You would think there'd be a con. I'm just going to play basic stuff for now. So the basic character, the first stage, and all these special things unchecked. And let's go. So here we go. It's moving around and stuff. So how's our volume, by the way? I'm going to check into that. Maybe I'll make it a little bit lower. And so yeah, here we go. Every monster you kill, not every monster, some of the monsters you kill leave these little jewel thingies. Those are your experience points. That's how you level up. And I've already leveled up. So yeah, every time you level up, you get to choose what you want to upgrade. These are different weapons. They don't have any of them right now, so it would be just obtaining the weapon. I like all of these. They're good. Let's go with the cross. So you just shoot the cross, and it has a boomerang effect. So now I have two weapons. The whip, which is the white squishy thingy. And I have the cross. Every time you break one of these lanterns, you get a goodie. Usually it's just a little bit of money. And again, the gold is used generally to get upgrades in subsequent plays. But there's actually, you see that, let me show you one thing after I fix that. And garlic is a fun one because it gives you a radius. And everything gets hurt in the radius. So I'm going to get garlic. And I have this little circle thingy around me. So I can just run up to them like this and they pop. Well, this guy here, he sells stuff. And I've only unlocked this guy not relatively recently. Oh, yeah, relatively recently. He didn't start there when you first buy the game. But these are upgrades you can get in the middle of the level, so I could actually buy a new weapon. But I like to get this one because this is actually a permanent upgrade for your character. And the thing is, it costs 10,000 gold. I only have 9,700. But what I could do is accumulate a little more gold and then come back and then get my 10k. Hey, Calder, how's it going? He says, ew, garlic. Yeah, that's why I have this radius that kills everything. Because it makes me smelly. I guess it's like, vampire and garlic, obviously. But the funny thing is, so many of these monsters actually aren't vampires. Like, not even close to most of them. I guess these bats can be vampire-ish. I don't know. Yeah, here, I like Axe. Axe is a good one. And also, I have unlocked the thing where I can re-roll. Meaning, if I don't like these 3 upgrades that are available, I can just re-roll and get other options. And you have a limited number of slots for your upgrade, which normally it's It looks like I have less than normal. I'm not sure why it's like that. Maybe as I get more, it'll shrink them so the box can be more populated with more stuff. I'm not really sure. Maybe it's a low level I'm picking. Anyway, oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, if you look at the top left now, you can see there's the there's 2 rows of 6 things I can get. That's what I expected. But yeah, at this easy level, it's not, and early on in the game, it's not going to be that difficult. The difficulty depends on the time, so you really want to collect these gems to level up as much as you can, kind of outpace the clock, otherwise you get stomped on eventually when there's hundreds, sometimes there's literally hundreds of monsters on the screen at once, and yeah, you really rack up the kills in this game. At the top, underneath my blue experience meter, which is this thing, but underneath that I tell you how many guys I've killed, and I've already killed like 173. I don't think any game I've ever played has this high of a kill count. Could be wrong. I'm sure you're not a vampire. Cauldron of Stardust. Yeah, he could be a vampire. Cauldron seems like a witchy thing, which maybe it's a vampire. I don't know, I'm just making things up. I'll get Santa water. I don't know why it's called Santa water. I guess Santa meaning like a saint, not like Santa Claus. The red gems are worth a ton. So what I could do is I can get either of these 2 new weapons to me, or I can upgrade my whip. Because the whip happened to be one of my options, so this would take my whip to level 2 rather than give me a new weapon. Let's just do that. But yeah, what's my gold looking like? I only got 17 so far, you can see in the top right. So I don't have enough. Oh, here's a big mob. That's fun. So I don't have enough to have 10k and get the permanent upgrade I wanted from that store. And Ryan says a good test is to stab them in the heart with a stake. If they die, they're a vampire. Magic Wand is fun too. That's a nice one. It's just pretty much everything I have, you don't really have to aim except maybe the whip-ish. I say ish because you can see it goes in both directions as well. Alright, so what I always try to do is I found over time that anything that says Evo over here, that means you can use it in combination with another weapon that you have. And eventually, later on, you can get the upgraded version that combines the 2. But this is like a potential combination. And also this Candelabra door will augment my area of attacks by 10%. So that's pretty good in and of itself anyway. But yeah, a lot of times you're just kind of wandering around like this. And sometimes it feels way too easy. That can change at a moment's notice. Yeah, you really got to keep up with the race. You want to upgrade all your stuff and get more powerful. And by the way, we have roasted chickens lying around in the ground, just like in Castlevania or something like that. Or in Streets of Rage. It's a classic, the roasted chicken. So I just got some more money, but you can see at the top right again, and let me show you what I'm looking at. I'm getting very low amounts of gold. I think it's the early level. You know, not like character level, but the map I'm playing. So this is the most basic one. So I might not get the, what did I say I need? Like 300-ish to get the 10,000 upgrade I want. Anyway, here's another thing with the Evo, so I'm going to get that. That tends to be how I play lately. Try to get as many Evos as I can. It stands for like evolution or something, which basically means you combine 2 weapons. I think if you max them out, and then you find a special treasure chest, and you can select, or it'll give you the combination thing. And the combinations are usually very powerful. Alright, get some, spinach is a good one. I'll go with leveling up my cross for now. So Cauldron's ready for the test because he wants to be big. I think it was my brother who told me a story once of I don't know who the story was about, but I think it was a friend of his who was kind of like a goth, I guess. And this was like the 90s when that fashion was very popular. And it's been a long time since I heard this story. I might have it wrong, but basically, I think this person was messing with someone at like a bar or something, and was saying, or maybe it was a party, and saying that they were a vampire. And so the person they were talking to was like, "Whoa, so you mean if I stab you in the heart with a stake, you would die?" I think the retort to that was, yes, and so would you. And this person didn't really get it. Ah, it's been a long time since I heard that. I might have something wrong. Anyway, this arrow is pointing. See this arrow that's pointing to the northeast? That is telling me I'll get more empty tome. Reduce his cooldown. That's telling me there's a chest here. I found in my experience with the game is I try to defer the chest to later unless I'm really getting overwhelmed. Because again, they let me have those combinations, the evolution ones. But there's a red gem like right on top of it, so I'm trying to go near it to suck in the gem sort of without touching the. Yeah, there we go. I got the red gem. The red gems again give you tons of XP. Let's get, I don't know, X. But yeah, the reason for deferring the chest is if I touch it right now, it's just gonna give me a usual kind of upgrade. Like, okay, you've upgraded your axe. But if I wait till everything's maxed out, it might give me one of those combos, evolution things. So I kind of leave them around the ground. And if you press escape, you can look at your map and you can see everything that you left around. I can actually get some spinach over to the right. I should probably do that. And these are good luck things. What good luck does in this game is it increases your chance of getting 4 choices with each level up instead of the default of 3. And Ryan says, I like how the graphics look like a janky Windows game. Does it? Like Windows 3.1 or something? Maybe playing E3. We got some evil flowers around here. They all pop at once. I'm not really sure what their logic is. It's like, can't seem to kill any individual, but they all die at once. Maybe they have like a collective hit point. Maybe they're communist flowers. Okay, the clover can give me, it's another Evo thing, so I'm going to get that. And it said like 10 times now I like to get the Evos. You can get like a ton of Evos, you're just like owning the game. And for now I'm fine though. Sometimes though if I get desperate, I just jump on one of those chests to get any kind of upgrade. You know, if I feel like, oh, I'm going to die in 10 seconds if I don't get an upgrade, then, you know, gotta just do what I can to survive. But let's go over to these spinaches. There's 3 of them to the right. That can be good. Each spinach increases all your damage by 10%. So they're lying around the ground. You know, the spinach is waiting to be plucked from the earth, so I can get some spinach. And you know, I guess the idea is the spinach makes you strong. Oh. I wonder where they got that idea. So how's it going with everyone tonight? Are you eating your spinach like good boys and girls? What were you eating, Cauldron? Were you eating Paw Patrol mac and cheese or something? Paw Patrol, was it Paw Patrol mac and cheese? Hey, that stuff is good though. I actually had some mac and cheese from a box recently. That was actually pretty good. It wasn't Paw Patrol though. Paw Patrol. Oh. Sometimes the different shapes of the noodles hold the cheese better. Same applies for like red sauce. Alright. So I can upgrade my garlic. Let's do that. Fear my garlic breath. Yeah, die. You can see I'm getting bloody. I'm actually losing some health now. I was being a little bit too overconfident, just ramming into some crowds there. Usually you want to try to move to the gaps, and you know, you can, with my garlic I can hit them with my surrounding radius, but you know, I don't want to touch them generally. But also I found in this game you want to get one of the 2 defensive items generally. I haven't gotten either of those yet, and I only have 3 slots left. There's the armor and the laurel. You want to get at least one of those, or you're going to start to get hammered as the game progresses. So I have to keep an eye out for one of those. In fact, I could do a reroll right now, I guess. But the duplicator is so good, though. I might want to just get that, not pass it up. That makes I think it's every weapon fires an extra projectile. So my axe would have 1 extra axe, 1 extra I can't remember what it has. Does the whip count? I don't even know. Let's just get that. 1 extra magic wand shot. Calder said, I like the character shapes for exactly that reason, Dave. Hold the cheese better. Exactly, that's cool. Alright, yeah, let's get some armor, that's good. I was just saying we need laurel or armor. Let's get the armor. But you can see I only have 1 slot left. So I guess I'm gonna fill that slot with the spinach if I ever get there. Okay, I'm getting close-ish to the spinach. You can see in the map, getting closer. I'm in the middle, by the way, all the time. Let's go up and to the right. Get that spinach. The problem is, I have trouble like balancing, progressing on the map with hanging around and picking up all these gems that they leave around, because I don't want to leave them. Then as you're picking up the gems, you kill more people, and you're like, alright, I'm going to hang around here, pick up the subsequent pile of gems. But sometimes you just have to, you know, break free and run away from the pile so you can make some progress. But yeah, I'm going to get that spinach. Excuse me. Let's get some spinach. Get some spinach again. I said that I haven't had mac and cheese in about at least 5 years. Wow. Alright, whip or axe? Let's get the axe. Well, Ryan is, you've been eating vegan lately, right? So I guess the cheese is out. Or are you just vegetarian? Arturo is there, he's shaking his head. Arturo is opposed to the existence of vegetarians. Oh look, I actually have, if you look at the top right of it, I've accumulated my 300 plus gold now. So what I can do is I can collect these spinaches, and then head back to where that store guy is, which is, I'm actually trying to remember where that is. Is it kind of where those chests and everything are? I guess we didn't stray far from the beginning, so I guess that's where it is. But I'm not sure if the store is supposed to show up on the map. Can I scroll the map? Actually, I never tried that. No. Here's my spinach. Here's the glowing spinach sitting on the ground waiting for me to eat it. Alright, let's go to the next spinach. Oh, you're keto. Okay. Oh, and Pauldron is vegetarian, but he does eggs and milk. Cool. Yeah, I could see myself hypothetically going vegetarian, because I eat a lot of eggs. I like meat too much, but I don't think I could do pure vegan though. Avoid anything with eggs. I don't know about that. I think some vegans even avoid honey. Not all of them. Some take the approach of even honey is like exploiting an animal. I don't know, I don't think it's causing misery to bees. Oh, I just got the frosting. I'm kind of like cursing myself because as I've gotten a lot of experience with this game, I've found a lot of these things like that cross nuked everybody in the screen. It's good to save that for a rainy day when things get really hard. Just like I'm saving these chests. I like to really save things if I need them. If I don't need them, there's no point in using it up. But it's easy to accidentally get things because you have this sort of radius of a vacuum cleaner where you just suck in the items. You can actually get an upgrade that increases that radius, but I actually don't like that. I always skip that item that makes you a better vacuum cleaner. Alright, let's get the last spinach that's down into the right a bit. Then I'll try to find the store again. Eggs are free protein, waste and not eat. Yeah, eggs are great. I mean, you can argue that, you know, if you care a lot about the suffering of animals, then you have to get the right kind of eggs. Uh-oh. Look, they're really cranking up the numbers here. The skeletons come out in droves. Unfortunately, they're not too sweet. And I don't mean to say I don't care about the suffering of animals at all. I'm like juggling two conversations, like ethics of eating meat and things like that with, okay, now we're killing skeletons in this game. Kind of funny and nice. Let's upgrade armor. Chicken period. Eggs are delicious. I make eggs almost every morning. Probably about 5 to 6 times a week I have eggs. Sometimes I have oatmeal or just, if I'm really like pressed for time or I woke up late or whatever, I might just take myself a bowl of Cheerios. I try to have fruit every morning too. Now we're talking about nutritional habits. Let's get that spinach. Let's try to not focus on collecting too many of these gems and get over that spinach. It is a bit of a trick. if you go, you know, a little bit of a distance on this map is a pretty long way. And you can always double back and pick up these gems that were left behind. Yeah, that's cool. I don't even care if people think I'm making the wrong choice by eating meat, as long as they aren't aggressive about it. I only had like one guy I knew who was like aggressive about it. He was like a little weird though. Like even when it came to other things involving harming animals, he was like a little bit off the rocker. Like one time I hit a squirrel in my car and I was on a major highway, and the squirrel just was in the way. I couldn't do anything. It was busy traffic. I couldn't swerve. I don't know if I would have swerved anyway because, you know, I'm not good at swerve. But I hit the squirrel and I saw its bushy tail in my rear view mirror just spinning. And this guy got so mad at me. He was like, "You shouldn't have done that." I was like, I couldn't help it, man. An old friend of mine, I don't really talk to him. And then he started getting into rants about how human development made the road and we were infringing on the squirrels in the first place. I'm like, dude, I don't know. I need to use roads. It's just how modern life is. What do you want me to say? And I accidentally killed a squirrel. But most vegans I've met are totally reasonable. They're not going to be like, ew, you're eating murder. You're eating murder. How can you do that? I'm saying most are not like that. And you see that in, like, you know, bad comedies and stuff on TV. I think very few are actually. Yeah, I was really aiming for the squirrel exactly. Where the heck is the finish? By the way, Ryan, there was actually a movie I was remembering just now called PCU. It was a comedy. I guess it was supposed to be like, oh, political correctness going crazy, PCU. And I think there was one scene with like a whole meat is murder protest or something. Anyway, long story short, Johnny Arcade is in that movie. I just remembered that. His name is Stevie Pascassi. I'm not totally crazy. I think I was watching that on TV once. I'm like, there's Johnny Arcade! PCU. Anyway, I got my third finish, and you can see the pressure is really getting nasty here. Let's get some more Santa water. Water from Santa Claus. Okay, I don't know what it is. No, it is, I might die right here. This isn't looking good. Try to break free of this. Ah, charge! Okay, you see I took some damage charging through that mob. So I'm realizing I might have to eat some of these delicious roasted chickens that are on the ground. And Ryan said these people forget that animals have zero morals to eat babies. Well, yeah, well, I don't want to get into a whole debate about it, especially when I'm on the side of meat eaters. I respect vegans' position in general, as long as you're not like my old friend. I think they have solid reasoning generally. And, you know, for me it's a trade-off. I don't know, I like meat too much. And also part of it is like just, you have to have a drive to make a switch like that, and have to care enough. I don't know. And it's also this society, like in general, you know, there's meat at parties and corporate events and family get-togethers. It's a lot that if you want to try to overcome that, it's kind of like the default that you serve meat to. Anyway, I am going to try to get back to... I can follow the trail of chickens on the map, by the way, roast chickens. But I'm going to try to get to the store and buy the permanent upgrade that costs 10 G. So I should have enough money now. I might pick up one or two of these chests. You can see I'm starting to have a problem fighting off these hordes, especially the large bats. They seem to take more damage than they can dish out. So, if we get a higher garlic level, that might be good. Garlic power. So when you're surrounded like this, sometimes you just wiggle around and take them out. But if you see they keep closing in on you and you're not fighting them off fast enough, you can try to like find a gap and just rush. Try to break free like I just did. Let's get some roast chicken, yummy yummy. trying to think what I want to do. I think I'm just going to cut right to the left where the chests are. And I think the store is around there. Now we have giant mantises attacking us. And I'll call this a moment ago. I missed the message. It never occurred to him that he was also utilizing the evil road. Who the squirrel was, or my friend? My friend wasn't actually in the car with me. But I'm sure he has used the evil road. I mean, kind of have to. I'm about to die actually. This isn't good. Okay, what can I do that's going to help me immediately survive, if anything? Maybe my whip upgrade. Yeah, I'm about to die. Oh well, at the end of me. Yep, that's it. Oh man. Well, that was not my best play. But I was being, obviously, like I said, you should get the chests if you need them. But I was deferring all of them, and I couldn't keep up in time, so I died. And I only made it 1654, which is about halfway through the game. The game ends at a half hour. Why would you tell that crackpot that you hit a squirrel? Actually, that's the moment I learned he was that insane about it. I didn't know he was that insane about it until I mentioned I hit a squirrel. I was like, oh man, I hit a squirrel. I never hit an animal before. It kind of sucked, but I couldn't really do anything about it. And then he was like, blah, it's your fault. I'm like, all right, dude. I'm gonna turn on my air conditioner, so I'll be right back. And now through the magic of Bluetooth headsets, I can walk over to my AC and still talk to you about crackpots and hitting squirrels. It actually was kind of funny in a twisted way. I don't, I wish I didn't hit the squirrel, but when I saw it in my rear view mirror, I just saw this bushy tail spinning and it started like, it was almost funny. It was funny, but in a way that I still wish I didn't hit it. um, you know, anyway, let's try again. I'm disappointed in my performance just then. So we could try a different character. I'm actually not a fan of the whip, so this filling a slot by default isn't really great. And Ryan says, "Mark, enemy to squirrels and guinea pigs." I have never harmed a guinea pig. I was just I used to test my sister's pet guinea pigs sometimes, and they like don't react to things. So one time my dad had bought a large watermelon. Ryan knows the story, but this is for anybody else's benefit. My dad had gone shopping to the grocery store. And we had like a full-size watermelon, and my sister had the guinea pigs out free around the house, which she let them do that once in a while. And I was like, will this thing react if I start rolling this watermelon that's about 10 times its body weight towards it? And the answer was no. It just kind of stares there. It goes, guinea pigs just do this. This is their life. And if something is going to kill it, they just, just take it and they whine about it. It's very straight. Sometimes they get upset and scurry around, but they seems to take a lot to do that. Anyway, you can see I do have over 10K here. But to get the permanent power up, I need that store dude, I think. You can actually refund some of these power ups. You can see I got almost everything here. These are the power ups that apply to everybody, all the characters. I probably could get revival. No, it costs a little too much. This means what that does is when you die, you come back once with 50% health. So maybe I'll aim for getting that next. There is this curse power up that I don't understand why you want to get it. All it does is make the game harder, and it doesn't say that you get any benefits for doing so. I think it's just for if you master the game and you have a zillion power-ups up the wazoo and the game is just too easy, you can actually pay to make the game harder. Pay meaning with the in-game currency, of course. Spinning tail, like Miles Tails per hour. Yeah. But most of these power-ups I already have. So let's start again. And pick a different character. Call out a character if he looks cool to you, he or she. Otherwise, I'll pick something. This one is actually quite powerful, but I don't really like his whip. It's like the original whip, but kind of. I think it's like more powerful, but I still don't like the whips in general. Ambro Joe has this weird. Yeah, this egg thingy, what this does is it makes all these piles of furniture and stuff fall from the sky. There's like pianos and stuff. It's kind of hilarious for a moment, but then you play a half-hour game with all these like, I don't know, desks and pianos and lamps or whatever flying around the screen the whole game. It gets crazy. And Cauldron says Cavallo, the panda. I think he's actually a sloth, but I'll play him. He's cool. His name is Yata Cavallo. All right, let's pick him. This is like an exploding meatball or something. I don't remember what it's called. The weapon he has. It only explodes sometimes. All right, we could do the next level, or we could go back. Let's try stage 2. All right, here we go. Behold my meatball. Those red ghosty thingies with the red circle around them, they explode. They're like suicide bombers. All right, I don't want to get the whip things that I mentioned, so well, magic wand always makes me happy. I'll go with that. You see the little blue things that are shooting at me? That's the magic wand. It's pretty cool. I always appreciate the magic wand. It always shoots the closest enemy. This thing is a cat that is, it's a cat weapon. Let's just get it. It's funny. And you can see it. You can see I don't have a store this time. I'm not sure what determines the store's presence. So sometimes they're right at the beginning of the level. Sometimes they're not. Here comes one of my cats, by the way. Already I have one of the Evo things I can potentially get, so that's cool. Maybe I'll get the King Bible for I don't know. I don't want to miss out on an opportunity, though. I'll have more opportunity. Let's get the King Bible. That's a good one. King Bible is, the Bibles will revolve around your body and kill things. Yeah, I have 2 right now, but as I level up, there'll be more of them, and also they will last longer or have, like, a lower cooldown or whatever. Now here's another chance to get the empty tome. For now, I think I'm going to keep piling on the weapon. Let's get a Rune Tracer. That's just a thingy that shoots, like most things. That one can bounce, though, as you can see it's bouncing. Anyway, let's see if there's anywhere on the map I should head to. So there's 2 of those book power-ups here, actually. I can head that direction. So yeah, I'm the furry. That's right. By the way, it's free RPG day today. And participating stores is talking about tabletop RPGs, by the way. Ooh, the Cherry Bomb. That's what I had started with, the Cherry Bomb. I can't resist a duplicator usually, so that's awesome. Anyway, they're giving out free RPG books and things at various game stores, so I got a couple today. And the 2 that I chose make me look like I'm a fan of furries, because one of them is a game where you all play dogs. It's called what the hell is it? It's called something like Heckin' Good Doggos. So Pentagram is an interesting one. It's quite powerful, sometimes annoying though. It nukes everything on the screen. But there's a chance, and it's a very strong chance initially until you level it up a lot, that it wipes out all of the gems and other goodies as well on the screen. So it's a double-edged sword. And it only fires in rare occasions. I don't know what triggers it exactly. It's like every minute or so. But it nukes the whole screen. So it can be very good. For now, I'm going to just maybe get some extra King Bible levels. And the other RPG I got was called Root, based on a board game of the same name that I've never played, but I've heard is popular. And in that game, it's about these clans of, you know, kind of, what's the term, anthropomorphic animals, like there's I don't know, like kind of like fox-looking people and a frog and stuff like that. So if you see my 2 choices of RPGs, it looks like I'm into furries or something. Alright, so Spellbinder, it combines with the Bible, so that's cool. Let's upgrade our cat thing, how about? I have faster cat weapons. You know, there was a time when it was kind of, RPG meant tabletop by default. And there were big debates whether a computer or video RPGs should even be considered RPGs, because you couldn't do whatever you want. You weren't an actor in a story, able to do anything you could come up with. So the idea was, this isn't a role-playing game, it's just number crunching. When you play a game like, you know, The Bard's Tale, that's not really role-playing. So that was a thing that was debated about. And it used to be like, you know, computer RPGs were like a modification of RPGs, the default always being tabletop. But now that seems to have turned into the opposite. If you say I like to play an RPG, people will be like, oh yeah, I like Final Fantasy. Alright, let's get King Bible. Again, it will be the king of the King Bible. But I remember like in various magazines related to RPGs, they would talk about like, you know, should computer games be considered RPGs? Some of them argue no, it can only be a role-playing game, ROLL, because the best you could do is roll a bunch of dice. You can do number crunching, but you can't do the real, you know, acting and improvising. But yeah, the tables have turned, I suppose. See, my kitties are kind of tearing them up. Once in a while, they make like a cartoonish, like kind of like a dust cloud when you know when it's like a big fracas in a yeah, look at that right there. See that right there? It's like a cartoon when they have like a big melee and you see like a big dust cloud with like that's what they do. The cats are slicing things up, and anything in that radius just gets annihilated. Anyway, what the hell am I going to? I want to get these books on the left, so I'm gonna head that direction. So I'm trying to do it and try to like balance scooping up a lot of these gems and also make some progress to the left. Let's get more magic wands. Because if you don't level up fast enough, as you saw with my last game, you can get overwhelmed. I've got to pick up all this stuff. But maybe I'll pick up some of these chests actually. Here's one of them to test my my wisdom. For now, I'm gonna call myself good enough. I'll just have to not do it again. Just don't screw up. That's my strategy. Let's upgrade Cherry Bomb. If I get upgrades to Cherry Bomb, it has a greater chance to explode. Not every Cherry Bomb I throw explodes. I think it does more damage as I upgrade it too. Should I get Axe? I don't know. Let's keep upgrading Cherry Bomb. Maybe I'll be the Cherry Bomb hero and the king of the King Bible. So how's New Mexico treating you today, Ryan? The weather crap? The weather's been crap here. Not like too hot or anything, but just muggy and always cloudy and overcast. A lot of rain lately. Alright, let's start looking for some of these Evo weapons. We have this one, can give us an Evo, so I'll get that. This is the lightning ring. This has random lightning strikes. They don't even shoot out of my body, they come down from the sky. You can see that? Sometimes it's hard to see when I say look at that one weapon because there's like a million things flying in this game at any given moment. But yeah, the lightning comes from the sky. Alright, I was lucky, so I'm able to choose between 4 items. Woohoo. Let's do Duplicator. Duplicator again makes me shoot extra projectiles. Can't argue with that one. There's a freeze time thingy which I don't need at the moment, so I'm going to do it. I didn't see my cat was frozen. Is he able to get the freeze time thing? Like, what's going on there? I see the cat, he's frozen. Yeah, the freeze time thing is gone. I think my cat got it. I didn't know that could happen. I don't know if you guys noticed, but he was like a dark blue. That's what happens when you get the freeze thing. All the monsters turn dark blue and they're frozen. They don't move. But I only saw my cat. My cat was frozen blue. So I think the cat got it. That's weird. I didn't know that could happen. Stone Mask combines with the cat. I don't think I want that one. Let's actually do a reroll. Yeah, let's get more lightning rings. Cigar smoking is happening in the chat. In the actual chat, there's cigars being lit. I don't think I've known anyone who actually smokes cigars regularly. Like occasionally I hear of people who do it like in a celebratory manner. They might smoke cigarettes. Like, hey, you had a baby, have a cigar. Or you got a rave, have a cigar. Not judging, just observing. I guess Groucho Marx would smoke cigars a lot. Give Ryan a good head buzz. Alright, let's go for these books. Books should be coming up any moment. I can't resist this cluster of gems right here though. My daughter was watching me play this game. If you look at these, I'm gonna pause it for a second. If you look at these green guys, they look like these clusters of like, I don't know. If you see like multiple skulls, I think they're like ghosts. And I don't know exactly what it is. It looks like kind of a droopy robe with like a couple of skulls. But my daughter says those are broccoli monsters, so we'll go with that. They are broccoli monsters. Alright, let's get an Evo thing. Broccoli monsters are numerous. So those things with the flashing circle, as I mentioned, the flashing red circle, they explode on you. They're like suicide bombers. They can get pretty nasty when there's a lot of them coming at you at once. You gotta watch out for those guys. They do a ton of damage when they hit you. Did I miss the book? Did I pass it? I think I passed it. What the heck is it? It's up here. And there it is up at the top. In that like little nook with the like a library or something. Book that shelf. Here we go, I got my book. Let's get it. Let's swoop through this massive pile of gems. Funny thing is, this game might look so simple, like graphically and everything, but if you played this on a computer, I can't name an exact number of years ago. This is a lot of sprites and stuff to manage and keep track of and update and not lag, even though it's a very simple game. Let's get more cherry bombs. Yeah, there's so much stuff on screen. I mean, it's, you know, it's 2D graphics and it's pretty basic and everything, but there's a lot going on. Imagine if you tried to make this on your Commodore 64. There's no way. Yeah, Ryan said this without NES. Yeah. You'd have to do crazy programming tricks. I haven't messed with programming on too many old systems, at least not beyond very basic stuff. But when I learned in, I've been learning in television programming for the fun of it. And let me think what I want to get here. More cherry bomb, how about? And in television, there's only, I think it's 8 sprites that can be managed by the system at a time. You can hack together your own fake sprite, sort of. You have to manage it all yourself. And if you're not into programming, that might not really make sense. But basically, if the machine can manage sprites for you, that means it handles like collision detection and helps you in drawing them and things like that. But only up to 8 at a time. If you have any more than 8, you have to kind of fake it. Like you could potentially fake it by making the hordes of monsters just like some stuff you draw on the screen manually. But it doesn't have the collision detection and things like that. Maybe only the ones in the front has collision detection working. So I'm assuming NES would have similar limitations, but probably not as tight as a television. But certainly you couldn't do this. But what's interesting with these homebrew scenes is sometimes a programmer will really figure out neat tricks, like to make it, you know, to make the system go beyond what you would think it's capable of. And that it might not even be obvious though that it's doing a neat trick if you have it programmed on the system yourself. So it's almost just like showing off for other programmers sometimes. But sometimes you can tell, like, wow, this game is on Commodore. Wow, this looks like it could have been on Sega Genesis or something like that. But yeah, slow down and flicker. You're right, guys. NES. So much to slow down. I remember playing Ghosts and Goblins on Commodore 64, and that was like the king of slow down and flicker. It's like, as if the game wasn't hard enough. Oh look, I already got all the books. I thought there was one more in this area. I'm gonna get one of these chests. Even though I like to defer them, I'm gonna get one of them. Let's see what this one gives me. This one just upgraded my armor. Okay. Yeah, that was my first exposure to Ghosts and Goblins, Ryan, on Commodore 64. It's actually quite good, but after I played the NES one, I couldn't really go back to Commodore 64, because... For one thing, I hate having to press up to jump in any platform game. Anyway, I'm debating if I want to get this stone mask to combine with the cat. I don't really care about gathering a lot of gold coins. I just want to survive very well at the moment. Maybe I'll get Rune Tracer and shoot more of those. But I'm going to head back east, I think, and I don't know. I have a bunch of chests on the ground. I want to at least be close to those as the game gets more difficult. I got cats tearing stuff up. I got my Bible circling me. I can upgrade my Bible even more. Or I could get more Rune Tracers, or more greater percent chance to explode with the Cherry Bomb. Let's get more King Bible. Fear my Bible. Die broccoli monsters. The word of God destroys broccoli monsters. These spinning pinwheel things and Medusa heads. This game, by the way, has I don't know if those spinning guys are these, but it has these biblically accurate. Oops, I just wasted the mode. It has biblically accurate angels of various types as you get later in the game. It depends on the level too, though. Not all the levels have. You know, it's been kind of like a meme lately. Like, this is what biblically accurate angels actually look like, and they're terrifying. So there's some of those in this game. And there's different kinds of those. Let's get more lightning wings. I'm gonna get this chest. I'm trying to balance it this time. Maybe leave some of them on the ground. Yeah. Cauldron says C64 Ghosts and Goblins had much better music than the rest. Mark Cooksey did his own original music. I actually agree that the music was very cool. Look, I actually got one of these evolved things, which is a combination, which is good. Now I'm gonna have a lot more firepower. So this is combining the Bible, because I upgraded that a lot, with the other thing I got, the Spellbinder, I think. So now I have the Evil Bible or something. I don't know what it is. I missed the message. I don't know the proper name for it. But now I'm going to be more powerful. Yeah, my Bible upgrade. Gonna plow through these Medusas now. And my meatballs, I like to call them meatballs, but are exploding like mad. Let's get better cats. Always improve the cat situation. But yeah, that music is actually quite cool. I like the original too, and it feels more classic to me in a sense. I guess just because that's in the arcade. But the C64 version has, yeah, a totally different score. And it's quite good in its own right. I can play it in my head right now. Actually, when I was a kid, I used to occasionally record music from video games and put it on cassette tape, and that was one of the ones I had, the Commodore Ghosts and Goblins. Let's do Empty Tome to reduce cooldown by another 8%. I remember it, like, on the very first level of Ghosts and Goblins on Commodore, it starts out as kind of like dirge-like, a mournful tune, and then it transforms into like a very rocky tune. Like, not like Rocky, you know, with Sylvester Stallone, but like a rock song. It's pretty cool. Alright, do I want to get this one? Yeah, if I'm going to head east, I'm going to be leaving this one in the dust, probably. I don't know if it's ever coming back. I'm going to get this. Hopefully I can get an evolution here. I don't know if I can for sure, though. Depends if my various weapons are upgraded enough. Ooh. Okay, I just got a cat upgrade, basically. Alright. Thank you, tell me again. Look how I'm plowing through these guys with my Bible. Ah, here my Bible. you can keep moving without having to like stop and wiggle around and adjust your position, that's when you're pretty powerful. You just keep plowing through things, there's nothing stopping you, nothing slowing you down. It's not gonna persist forever. It's not gonna, you know, something's gonna mess me up. But for now, I'm rocking. All right, let's get another chest, I guess. And by the way, most of these chests come from like a boss. It's hard to see. I don't know if they're technically considered bosses, but they're like a larger and more powerful guy that shows up once in a while. Should I get spinach again? Yeah, I guess. Spinach is quite good, actually. Alright, let's get this upgrade. Treasure found. Oh, I got 3 of them. Sometimes a chest gives you 3 things, and this is one of those. And you get a lot of money, too, you can see. I got 476 gold, and I got 3 levels of armor. Okay. Well, that's good. It's not very diverse, but it's good. And I have 1 more slot for items, by the way. I don't know what I'm going to get. More rune tracer, good. I'm kind of happy to see him plow through. I'll see what I can do now. Is change the broccoli monsters and Medusa again. Yeah, it looks like I can still plow through them pretty well. Just cutting through them like butter. Not slowing down. I don't have to wiggle around. I don't have to make escape routes. Do cherry bomb tomorrow. I like to call the cherry bombs meatballs for some reason. Spellbinder. Okay, I'm getting a lot of levels now. Rune Tracer, another one. Let's do a reroll. How about Magic Wand? Jeez. Spinach. Sometimes it happens, you just get so much at once. The level just keeps coming. There's a red jewel, I should get another level probably for that. At least very soon. More red jewels. Okay, more Magic Wand. Bracer is pretty good. I wonder if I should get that. All your stuff shoots 10% faster, and then at each upgrade is like another, I think another 10%. Yeah, let's do it. All my slots are full. Only up 3 ways. That makes it. I think there is a way to toss out something if you want to replace it. It's like fireworks. 4th of July fireworks right here. And by the way, to answer your question before you've asked it, Ryan, yes, my neighbors are lighting fireworks. In fact, mid-sentence, I just heard one. I just heard one. My neighbors will light fireworks for no reason. And for anywhere close to 4th of July, it's like, yeah, even more frequent. I love when you get into this groove of getting massive amounts of upgrades while cutting through all the enemies like butter. Yeah, I'm owning this game. But the game always shuts you down at 30 minutes. Oops, I got the treasure by accident, that's fine. Death comes at 30 minutes and just kills you. There is apparently some obscure way to kill him. It's really hard to do though. A friend of mine told me he did it. I forget exactly what he said. I think he might have gotten like one of those crosses that nukes everything on the screen, perhaps. So if you just save it to the very right moment when death comes, you can possibly kill him. But then he comes again a moment later. It's just like you get, I think you get like an achievement just that you managed to kill death. And it's like bragging rights. To live to maybe 30 minutes and 20 seconds or something like that. So there was a Medusa boss-like thing that I killed really quickly. You might have seen it. Like a full-bodied Medusa. Not just a head. Get more cats. The lightning ring. More spinach. I should play the Popeye game on that. That was a fun game. I used to play Popeye for Atari 800 too. But that was on a lot of platforms. I think it was an arcade game originally, and it was on pretty much everything, even NES, even in television. I think it's already Aldrin says, Perfection, I never seen the pterodactyl down. Oh. Wow. Well, I can tell you a trick to it if you'd like. I'm trying to remember precisely what the trick is. When he appears, initially, you stand on like the lower but central platform and just stand there and point your lance to the left, I think. So you face the left, it'll run right into you. So when you're doing like a mid-air joust with the pterodactyl, you try to line it up just right in his mouth. It's quite difficult. There is that one trick you can do. It is very satisfying when you kill him. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of chests on the screen right now. Maybe I'll get one of them. See what we get. Alright, this is one of the evolved things. So it's evolved Rune Tracer explodes when bouncing and in something. So this is basically a combination of my armor and the Rune Tracer, and now it's going to do some spectacular damage. Once you start getting multiple of these evolved things, you start really owning the game. More spellbinders around. And if it looks like I'm just wandering around the same area, you're pretty much right. I got the chest here. I have no reason to like really stray too far. I kind of want to head back right because there's more chests there actually, but after I get to use the chest right here, maybe I'll do that. I can upgrade Bracer again. Only 10% of my speed when I do that. That came from Adam Miller called me, but I appreciate any chat. I'm happy to talk about it. You can let all your confessions right here. Just be like, I never got above 100,000 points in Donkey Kong before. I will be like, so sorry. I'm convinced, by the way, that Will Wheaton beat me in Donkey Kong once. That was on the Joko cruise this past March. Kind of like a nerd cruise, and Will Wheaton was on the cruise. And my Donkey Kong high score, which wasn't very good, was beaten by someone whose initials were W-I-L. Ah, Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton has defeated. And yet, cue this Sheldon joke. But I won the Joust high score on that whole cruise. That's kind of why I thought it. There was a lot of players in Joust. I was proud of myself for winning it, but I probably also played it more than anybody else because I kept coming back to it. Anytime I had a break or my wife wanted to rest and not to do something together, I was like, alright, I'm gonna play some Joust. I also played other games. I think I had the Dig Dug top score, but there's only like 5 people who played. Let's get some more upgrades. I'll hit escape to make this faster. Okay, this is just the magic wand. Oh, it's the holy wand, another evolved thing. So the empty tome and the magic wand, it fires with no delay. So it just keeps firing. Look at this. It's hard to see, but there's little blue sparkles that are just going to keep firing out with no delay. 0 cooldown, I think is the idea. Just constantly firing those like machine gun stuff. I think I just got the freeze thing. Let's get more chests. I'm running out of things I can upgrade. You can see because there's fewer choices when I level up. So eventually, once I max out everything, the only choices are going to be to get the chickens or gold. Okay, I got another evolved thing. Thunderloop, evolved lightning ring. Projectile strike twice. Another one, it just gave me gold. It's hard to deal with stuff like that. That's what that was. And now I can choose, because I maxed it out, I can say, this time, give me a coin bag of 25 gold, or this time, give me floor chicken, as they call it. Yes, they really call it floor chicken in the game. Or I can say, just as a general rule, so I don't have to keep clicking on this, always get the big coin bag, or always the floor chicken. But there's a... if you read this more carefully, you get the floor chicken if you're missing any health. It's always picked over coin if missing any health. So I actually like this one. The idea is, if you're not hurt, it'll get you the coin. If you are hurt, it'll get you the floor chicken. So I like to do that. Now I don't have to go to the menu a million times. I'm clicking my choice. Tends to see how it goes. You get a lot of these chests. So yeah, I'm getting floor chicken now. As I need it. Otherwise coins. And yeah, I have a good feeling I'm going to make it to 30 now, 30 minutes. But yeah, no guarantee. Sometimes I get too cocky and I blow it. Sometimes, you know, you can max out everything, but your choices of what you've gotten might not be the best. Your choices of items. I think I got some good choices. So I have I think 4 evolved things. So you know, again, the evolved items are pretty cool. You know, 4 of them are in great shape. You know? And Calder says wall chicken is the classic undead fighting chicken. Yeah. Just getting out in the walls, though. They always work. It almost gets like hard to see the monsters at all, because they're just like exploding constantly, dying all the time. Coin. Oh, there's a chest back to the left. You see the arrow pointing through. I guess I'll go there. It's just gonna be coins or floor chicken. Might as well get it. Yeah, you can see the money bags shooting out because I wasn't injured. Gave me the money. The one thing I could try to do is see if I could pull off Killing Death. If there is a cross lying around, I think that's the way to do it. I tried it once, but I don't know, I think my timing was off or something. I'm not really sure if it worked. I heard you could kill him somehow. Could be you use that weapon that I mentioned that nukes everything on the screen, and if you get the timing right, you can definitely kill him. So definitely doesn't like instantly kill you per se, but he does like an insane amount of damage. And so like sometimes you can hold off. Sometimes I managed to hold off for like 5 seconds or something. That's it. And again, my friend said he managed to kill him. Ryan said the game is chaotic. Yeah, I'll say. You have to know like what to even care about looking at. Like if someone showed you this game blind, like right at the point that I'm at right now, you're like, hey Mark, look at this cool game, and I'm like, I'd be like, what the? How do you play this? But, you know, you learn to, you know, you start from a very, you know, lower level where there's less stuff going on. You gradually build it up, and you know what to focus on. What is just your weapons and ignore, like all these fireworks and things are my floating meatballs. By the way, the logic for getting these coins and or floor chicken applies to every level up as well. So I just leveled up to level 77 with the coins and level damage. You'll probably see every time I gain a level, I'll probably get coins again electric damage. So I gotta be aware of these red, like female-looking ghosts. A lot of them are starting to come at me, and if I get careless, they're going to suicide bomb me. I can do a ton of damage. But fortunately, they have knockback. If you hit them, they get pushed back. You can see him kind of zigzagging through, so that's how you collect more gems along the way. At least that's my theory, I don't know. Every once in a while I see some coins, like, specifically need to get those. Calder is in Philly, he says. Cool. I actually knew you were in the U.S. because I actually met, so to speak, Calder Stardust on, Namemeister's channel. He was doing a live stream. Namemeister is a Scottish guy. He does a cool stream. He streams, I think, typically on Sundays, and Sundays at like 1 p.m. our time. I think one time we were in a chat together on Namemeister's stream, and I think Calder and I were the only Americans in the chat at the time. Just a ton of UK people in Namemeister. really cool guy. I like his name is Alan. One time my wife saw me watching him, and my wife is fascinated by things like accents, especially, you know, English people and Scottish people, things like that. So she said, you should ask him if he could recite a Robert Burns poem. Robert Burns being a famous long-dead Scottish poet. And he actually did it. He recorded a video reciting the poem called For Allowance, or To Allowance. And I think I have it saved. I think he just posted it and then made it private or free after a while, but I think I have it saved. He goes, this is to Mrs. Rin, with his special Scottish accent. And he recited the Robert Burns poem. I can't really do a Scottish accent. It was a really funny moment, and it was appreciated by both me and my wife. And Calder says, my mom can't understand what he's saying. She can understand English accents, but not Scottish. Oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention for a moment, and there was some big boss guy who wrecked me. I was reading the chat, and he like walked into this guy. He wrecked me. Look at my health. And now I have to try to regenerate, and maybe Lord Chicken. We do regenerate over time. But I should get some Lord Chicken. Oh, you know, I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm regenerating fast. Look at that. Alright, but if I do find Lord Chicken while I'm down, then I'll get that. Possibly I leveled up and did the reverse, and I got Lord Chicken that way. Yeah, I was like running right into this large, bossy guy, as I was just kind of reading the chat and like ignoring what was on the screen for a moment. But you can't get too cocky, this game's kind of ready for a loop up. Look, it's like a laser light show. And the cat, all that, those dust cloud thingy, those are the cats doing their thing. Got Medusa boss right here. Look at this killer, now we have a chest, yeah. More money. I'm almost at the 30-minute mark. Can I find a cross or anything? Is there a cross on, what am I on here? What are those stuff on the map where I'm at? I can't even tell what it is. Oh, Ryan says the game's volume's too high. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm always happy to adjust, I just didn't know. So let me make that lower. Alright. So I made it pretty significantly lower. Let me go even lower. Alright, hopefully that's better. Sorry about that. Always make, you know, please be sure to, obviously it's my responsibility, but please be sure to just tell me right away if it's too loud. But thank you, Ryan. But this game, it kind of starts out very low on the menu. I was kind of calibrating the volume by like you click on a button in the menu and it goes beep. I thought, oh, that's really low. Let me turn it up some more. And I guess it was just a very low sound in the game compared to what's flying around the screen now. Anyway, at 30 minutes, Death is gonna come. I haven't seen anything that can help me beat him, if there even is a thing. I don't know what I'm looking at on the map. Oh, is that the store guy or something? I think it's a little bit back west, whatever it is. I just can't tell what it is. There's a chest here. That's probably one of it. Probably a bunch of things at once on this map. I just don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. And never be shy to tell me that. I won't be offended. I want you guys to be able to hear and enjoy the stream. I've heard that's like the #1 thing that draws away people on YouTube, whether it's a video or a stream, is if the audio is bad. People tend to be more forgiving about video glitches, but if the audio is bad, they go and say nope out of there. It's like one, you know. Oh, here's the story. Yeah, let's see what it is. Look, I can spend 10 grand to permanently upgrade my character by a tiny amount. Yeah, let's do that. So I got plus 0.01 to my, I guess, rate of experience. That's what that crown thing was. So I can gain experience a tiny bit faster now as a permanent upgrade. As I said earlier, I kind of have mixed feelings about things like that in games. I kind of don't like it. My brain says I don't like that because I like a game to be just a self-contained thing. You play the game. But it's like, well, your past, games like this, it's like your past games make you play better in the future. I don't know. When I can just turn off my brain and enjoy it, I go, sure, fine. But I don't know. At the same time, I'm kind of like, well, does it really mean anything if I do well now because I've played 100 times and each time I was able to make future games a little bit more easy. They got a permanent upgrade. Good. Then I just say, you know what? I'm having fun. Turn off the brain and enjoy it. Look at all these red gems I'm getting. It's insane. Each of those is giving me a ton of experience. I'm just getting files of them. We only have 1 minute until death. Because I could not stop for death. I believe stopped for me. Yeah, I'm only moving the guy around with my joystick. Maybe you can't see. This is all I'm doing. There's no buttons to be used. Just to look at the map. Yeah, Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania are not, it's a wide state, that Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh is in the west, basically, and Philadelphia is in the east. So it's probably like a 5-hour drive between the two, or ish. All I know is I looked at from where I am on Long Island to Pittsburgh, and that was like 8 hours. And you think that, New York isn't that far from Pennsylvania, right? Well, when you're going all the way to western Pennsylvania, it is. All right, death is coming in 9. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. 8. 6, sorry, skip some seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here he is. There's death. Oh. He killed me. What a wacky game this is. Let me read your message more thoroughly now, Cauldron. He said George Romero was more Pittsburgh area. Pittsburgh is Western PA, yeah, which is like a whole other world, sure. We in Philadelphia see Pittsburgh as Ohio in spirit, although they probably see us as New Jersey. Yeah, it's Ohio and Pennsylvania. You just think of, New York and New Jersey, they're not far from Pennsylvania, but if you're going out west really far, it's quite a ways. Like my wife used to live in Dayton, Ohio, and then she moved to New York, but her parents still lived in Dayton for a while. So one time she was driving with her aunt to visit her parents in Dayton, and they saw the Welcome to Ohio sign that they had been driving already for like 8 or 9 hours or whatever. And so then her aunt was like, "Oh, good, we're almost there." Like, no, we still gotta drive all the way through all this. I think Dayton's in Western Ohio. Because if the story was right, it must have been. It must be. But it was like, no, we still got like 4 or 5, 6 hours left or something like that. I'm checking really quick to validate my story. Yeah, Dayton is all the way in Western Ohio. So they had just crossed the border from Pennsylvania to Ohio, and then they still had to travel whatever hundreds of miles it was. Not really sure how many offhand. But I actually worked with a guy from Philadelphia. I used to actually go into the office. I'm going to stroll over to my AC again and make it slightly warmer. But I worked with a guy in Philadelphia, and the office was in New York City. I don't have to go in anymore, essentially, because of working from home these days. But the Philadelphia guy would show up once in a while, and he just made that commute. It's feasible to do. It's not feasible to commute from Pittsburgh to New York City, though. And the funny thing is, actually, my commute from Long Island to New York City was not much. It might have been about the same as his Philly to New York City commute. Maybe mine was a little bit less. Anyway, whew, that game makes me feel like I need a cigarette. I need a break. But it shows you cool stats. Like, look at these vast amounts of enemies defeated. 51,240. In what game do you kill that many enemies? I don't care what shmup you play or what beat 'em up. You're not killing 50,000 enemies. What roguelike you play. No, it's like nothing where you kill that many. What else we got? Some cool stats here. Um, so you can see with each weapon I got, the level, the damage, the time I had it, like how much of the game I had the weapon, and the damage per second. And it highlights some of these top ones. Like the cat thing did the most damage. It did 6.5 million damage throughout the game. But that's cumulative. The damage per second was the No Future thing did the best at that. That is one of those evolution things I got. This is the one that's the Rune Tracer plus the armor. So that did 6.9k damage per second. And I guess in second place for damage per second would be this one, Thunderloop. But yeah, the part of the reason the cat thing did so much damage is because I had it from the beginning of the game. Actually, I had the cherry bomb from the beginning of the game. That's what I started with, right? Yeah, so I got the cat pretty early, but the cherry bomb started. It makes me think though that the cat does a lot more damage per second than the cherry bomb. Look at this. Look at it. Compare the two. Does that mean the cherry bomb is just sucky then? Like if there's one weapon that's just that much better, it's making me think now. Is like, should I just never pick that guy that starts with the cherry bomb? Hmm. As cute as he is, he's a nice sloth or panda or whatever he is. And Ryan says balloons TD6. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you kill a lot of guys in that too. And Calden says, "Did you know Long Island is the biggest island in the USA? Isn't that crazy?" It is pretty crazy. Towers get a lot of kills. For some reason, what just popped into my head with massive amount of killing is the game Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. Should I play that tonight? That's always a fun time. But I don't know. Should I give this one more round, or what do you guys who are watching thinking? Basically, what do you what do you think, Ryan and Calder? And by the way, Arturo, are you in the house? Let me know, please. And Ryan said the other day I was teaching a coworker how to do appeals, and I wrote on the screen. I was inspired by you. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know. People are always saying that they like when I write on the screen. I use it at work. I do it on the streams, and I just think it's helpful to show what I'm talking about. I don't have, if I'm not writing and I say, oh yeah, look at that, the Unholy Vespers did so much DPS, you're gonna be like, what? And most of you are probably just watching this in a very chill manner, and you don't want to like, I don't want to strain my eyes searching for exactly what he's talking about, but I can just do this. Look, Unholy Vespers. Red must be the default because it was red for me too. Maybe. Do you have the same program, Demo Pro? You can. I have like these hotkeys set up for all these different color presets, but you can change them all around. And you can also use like arrows and stuff too. I usually just use the freehand, but you could do like this, like that. Yata right here. Yata Cavallo right here. It's like the telestrator. I don't know what you're referring to, Calder. I think of like the football announcers are like, yeah, the line of scrimmage is blah blah blah, and this guy went over here, and the quarterback found the gap, and the running back went blah blah blah. That's what they draw this on the screen. I don't know if they even do that anymore. I feel like they don't do that much. And I don't watch a lot of football, but I used to see that a lot when I was a kid. They would draw on the screen. Usually they use white though. They would be like, I don't have white mapped. Yeah, you get the idea. Anyway, all right, let's give this one more round. Vampire Survivors. As you can see, listen for the beeps when you press buttons on the menu. They're so low, right? That's kind of what I use to calibrate my volume. I thought, all right, that's probably a decent thing. I'll just, it's halfway up the volume meter. I guess it's probably a little softer, so maybe the game itself would be a little bit greater than halfway on the volume meter. Oh, yeah, Calder says that's what the technology was that the football announcers used, a telestrator. Okay. Telestrator or stratter? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Yeah, they would use white usually and draw on the screen. And they'd be like, they found the pocket over here, and then the fullback did his blah 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 blah, and the quarterback was sacked. Like, oh, okay, am I supposed to make sense of this? All right. So it's kind of interesting. This game, I need a break after I play. It's like sensory overload, and then you die, and it's all quiet. I'm enjoying the quiet for now, but I'm gonna get into it again. And the game eases you into it a little bit when you start again because there's a very light amount of monsters and weapons flying around, and then it just accelerates. It's kind of like, do you ever this is my theory, that when you're driving in the car and you put on some music, maybe you put on some loud rock music or something, but you don't play it that loud at first. But if you're really into it, you gradually turn it up, and they turn it up some more, and then you park the car and and you do your whatever you got to do, go to the store or whatever. Then you get back in the car, and it starts at the same loud volume, and you're like, holy crap, what was I thinking? Because it just gradually adds, you gradually add to it. But when you're going in from nothing, it's too much. That's my theory. This game is like the same thing. It's like playing rock music that you gradually turn up the volume on. All right. My insane theories aside, let's start playing again. Let's see, we got Arco Ladonna, who has the torch thingy, the fire weapon, and their ability's weapon cooldown is reduced by 5% every 10 levels. The max of mine is 15. I wish it didn't have the max. That could be really cool if it didn't have the max. We have Llama. I like her because she throws an axe, and she gets plus 5% might, move speed, and curse. Well, I just noticed the curse. It's the first time I'm noticing that. Curse is the bad thing. That's the thing where I said, why would you want to spend your in-game currency getting a thing that's solely bad? But now I understand why her other abilities sound so good. It's because she also gets a curse every 10 levels. Which, how does it actually work though? The curse is increases enemy speed, health, quantity, and frequency by 10% per rank. Interesting. So she's kind of a badass, but the enemies get stronger faster as well. Does it just basically balance out? I don't know. And Calder says, her, I thought that was the most manly man on the screen. I thought it was a her. I think it's a her. Llama Ladonna sounds kind of feminine. It looks like long hair and like in a ponytail or something, but I guess that could be a man too. All right, I don't know. It's hard to see because it's pixelated character, but this one's clearly a female. She starts with the thing that nukes the screen every once in a while, so that can be interesting. This guy throws bones around, and he gets more projectiles every 20 levels. So 20 levels is a lot. So it takes a while, but that's pretty good. A pretty good ability. As we determined, looking at the stats at the end of the game, the cat is quite good, especially compared to the meatball. I don't know why I call it a meatball, but it might be good to start with the cat. That's pretty good. And Cauldron says, yeah, she's a girl. Looked it up. Okay, cool. So my instinct was correct. Maybe I'll pick Giovanna. Giovanna Grana. This guy though, this dog, he shoots these flowery things out of his butt. It's kind of funny. And this guy again, it's funny at first. He makes all this furniture and stuff fly around the screen, but it gets so crazy. It makes the game even crazier than it can get. Poe I used to like a lot originally because when I first started playing the game, I was in love with Garlic. I was like, yes, I could just have this radius and nuke everything around me. I still like Garlic, but I don't think it's necessarily better than everything else, which is what I thought initially when I started playing the game. My friend Scott always likes to send me stupid memes and stuff while I'm playing. Come on, and I like to say, "Shut up, Scott." He makes fun of my streams and doesn't watch them anymore, so I can make fun of him when he's not watching. He joined one of my Commodore streams once. I was like, "Boy," he said, "like, boy, games in the '80s sure sucked," and then he left. All right, thanks, Scott. Why are you here then? Anyway, let's go with Giovanna with the cat. And by the way, I forget if I read Cauldron's message, but he said her armor looks more like more than I could stand up, and referring to Llama up here, I guess. Let's be Giovanna, the witch, who starts with a cat. And last time we played on stage 2, the inlaid library. Now let's play on stage 3, the dairy plant, the birthplace of milk magic churns with chaos. Here it's not just blood that curdles. So strange. A secret map awaits the hero brave enough to enter this overthrown factory. Let's do it. Alright, kitties. Do your business, kitties. What do we want to get? Cross or lightning ring? I don't want the whip. Cross is good. So this guy's here. Do I have the 10k now? I guess I already spent it, right? But I have 7,900, so possibly I can come back to him later. So Cauldron says, yeah, pick Giovanna for Pride Month. She was a character who was co-developed with James Stephanie Sterling, and they decided to make her a trans character. I'm not making that. Wait, I'm so confused. Are you looking up in a wiki or something? And who is James Stephanie Sterling? Should I be ashamed that I don't know? I'm not sure. All right, what do we want to get here? Let's go with good old garlic. Again, I thought it was the best thing in the game initially. It is really good. Not necessarily better than anything else though. But it is nice with the low-level cats aren't too low level. They don't seem too great. Oh, I'm stuck moving up and to the left. What the hell's going on? Okay, essentially my controller, I think it just ran out of battery. Let me switch to another one. Will that work even? Or I can use the keyboard. Use the keyboard at the moment. They want the Clover just because of its Evo ability? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I can't use the new controller. Oh, there we go. It's working. Okay. So my other controller, I think, just ran out of battery. I knew I hadn't charged it in a long time. I was able to just switch off to another one without a hitch. Okay. Let's get more cat. The thing about those end of game stats though is figuring into that is how fast I decided to upgrade one of the weapons or the other, probably, right? So it could be maybe the meatball, as I call it, isn't really worse than the cat, but I just upgraded the cat faster? I'm not really sure though. I feel like I didn't avoid upgrading the meatball. Okay, Clover, Crossfire. Let's go for some Clover. The greater my luck is, the more choices I get for each. Like there's a chance of getting 4 options instead of 3. And the greater your luck, the greater the chance is, basically. Alright. Doesn't everything seem so calm and quiet after that end of the last game being so nuts? I can't resist a duplicator. I think it's great. So, what do you call it? James Stephanie Sterling is a trans video game critic and YouTuber from the UK. She was born in the UK and got some floor chicken by mistake. Lived in the USA for a while, moved back to the UK. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but that's cool. I guess they wanted to get some representation for this character and let him get involved. Let's get Clock Lancet. I haven't seen that in the last 2 games I played. This freezes enemies when it shoots them once in a while, so that's a good one to have. You can see it's shooting them, freezing them now. So this thing, you can actually hit the cart and it goes along the track and will kill anything in its way. So if you do it right, it can do some damage. Let's get more garlic. There, I knocked over the car. I didn't actually realize that it goes off to the end of the track. I thought it went to the end of it. So I'm still learning stuff about this game. Cross. You can hear my cats mewing when there's not too much going on. Alright, we got a bunch of options thanks to the luck. I could go with a knife just because I haven't gotten that. So this is where you kind of actually have to aim sort of with the knife. Because it fires in the direction you're going. You can see that. So, in a sense, you have to... It does a lot of damage, but you have to actually be conscious of where you're aiming. So it introduces a different kind of element to the game. Should I get the axe? Let's do it. Alden says she talked about collaborating with the Vampire Survivors dev. Hold on one second. To make this character Giovanna, and she is canonically male to female trans. Okay. Isn't this called Vampire Survivor? Have we seen a vampire yet? Says, right, yeah. Maybe some of the bats are vampire? I don't know. Yeah, you just see all kinds of mostly undeadish creature, but not always. Look at these guys that look like lizard men or something, and fish men. It's basically just hordes of different kinds of monsters, all kinds, with an undead leaning bent. But yeah, when I first played this game, I was expecting the hordes to be all vampires. Like kind of like, I don't know, a zombie game or something, but vampires. But really, it's just everything. Anything you can think of. Just like the one level that has crabs. You can see the ghosts here. Oops, getting chicken that I don't want to get. I want to save the floor chicken. Calder said this is like in Jurassic Park when Malcolm was like, are we going to see any dinosaurs on the dinosaur tour? Yeah, there's no vampires in this vampire game. Or maybe there's a few or something. Alright, where the heck do we want to go on this level? Let me think. Well, I could get the... I usually don't get those wings that give you speed. I'm not a huge fan. There's probably something to be said for having a high speed, though. I just don't usually... I don't know. I don't find it working for me that well, usually. Get more clover, I guess. I don't know. I shouldn't focus too much on clover, because I'm not actually getting more firepower, or for that matter, anything defensive. I'm just making it so I have a greater probability of getting 4 options instead of 3 every time I level up. So I probably shouldn't focus on that anymore. Anyway, I'm going to still try to be conservative with the chests and leave them around, but I want to get the red gem for sure. There you go. More X. The music on this level, it feels like, I don't know, like elevator music or something. Maybe it's the Dairy Factory's music that they play all the time when they're not being invaded by broccoli monsters. These two things I never get. The crown and the Pomarola or whatever. I don't really see a huge value in getting experience faster. I mean, that could be valuable because you get powered up faster, but at the same time, you're filling up one of these slots with just that. So I don't know. I usually don't think, I feel like it's worth it. And this one is you heal faster. I usually find I'm, the vast majority of the time, like at full health or close to it, or I am just about to die anyway. So I feel like it's not usually good. I'll get the cat. And of course, now that I say that, I'm like, it's a counterexample. Look, I'm partially hurt. But I'll recover quickly anyway. So Calder says, I hate to do this, but we'll be right back. Got a shower. Yeah, sure, no problem. Take your shower, smoke your cigars, whatever you gotta do. Eat your Paw Patrol mac and cheese. I'm only just kidding around about that, by the way. I think it's fine. I had some shell mac and cheese when my daughter had some leftover. My daughter ate like 4 full bowls of shell mac and cheese that my wife made for her. My daughter's only 4 years old. And then I had like a half bowl that was left over. I was hungry and didn't have anything else to eat at the time. I was like, boy, I'm glad I get 1/8 of what you get, honey. And Brian said, bring your phone into the shower and you can still watch. There you go. They're water resistant these days. Any iPhone or Android phone, pretty much. At least the major Android ones. Do I want to get armor? Yeah, it's always good to get Laurel or armor as something defensive, in my opinion. Maybe I usually get armor lately though, so maybe I'll hold off until Laurel shows up. Laurel, like Laurel and Hardy. Clock Lancet to freeze them even more. So I got the exclamation point thing. That means something bad's happening. I guess it's a broccoli monster. Brian asks, you still going in once a week? No, I only went in the one time to my office. And then I requested remote status. Like, can I just be remote because my commute is close to 2 hours one way, is the way I phrased it. Bracer is an Evo thing, and Bracer is good anyway, so I'm going to get that. But, I don't know, basically, 4 people had to approve that request, and 3 of them did, and the 4th is just taking about a month and a half and counting. And so my manager, and also my manager's manager, said, you know what, just operate as remote, and we'll have your back if they try to give you any trouble. So that's how I've been doing, just not going in anymore. And I might go in once in a while if we have like a planned thing where my teammates actually want to go in at the same time and get lunch together or something. But otherwise, it's like I go into the office and nobody I actually work with is there anyway. I spend somewhere in the range of 3.5 to 4 hours commuting for the day, which means I have like no free time for the day, which is how it used to be the norm for me, but I like kind of just accepted it as that's what the norm was, and then I realized I could actually have a life a little bit, some degree of it. I could do these stupid streams. Actually, that's when I started doing these stupid streams when COVID hit. I was like, boy, I can't really leave the house, and now I have more time. Let's explore Vectrex on live YouTube and things like that. I was just getting into Vectrex at the time. So that was the first stream I did, Saturday night Vectrex in the dark. And then my Vectrex went on the fritz, and that has happened multiple times since. But yeah. Then I started streaming FTL and calling it Saturday Night Gaming. And then I did Monday Mame, and you know the story basically. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna hold off for the Laurel. I want to get that instead of armor, but I don't know, it's just not showing up lately. It's gotta show up one of these days, I think. I'm not really sure if the game sometimes decides that some of the items aren't gonna show up for that entire game. I'm not really sure how the random number generator works. But it does seem like sometimes you just don't see an item. I don't know. I guess if I don't see Laurel for a long time and I start getting beat up a lot, I should just grab the armor when I see it. Hear those little kitties yelling, mew, mew, mew. A horde of Minotaurs, yeah, let's kill them all. Ah! I was running like in the same direction as them so they wouldn't like trample me quite so quickly. Yay! Alright, I can get the Candelabrador, which combines with the axe to evolve into something cool. I don't know, this freaking Laurel doesn't want to show up. I can always hit re-roll a couple times. I have 6 re-rolls per game now. That's something you have to upgrade. It's like one of those permanent upgrades. The number of times you can re-roll per game. So I can re-roll right now. Let's try it. Spinach, knife, and cross. I mean, how many times do I want to hit though? I don't know. Let's just get a cross for now. Funny though, you really do take some damage if you don't have either the armor or the Laurel. So I should stop being so crazy and running through people. The Laurel works differently from the armor. The armor subtracts from the damage you take. The Laurel gives you moments of invulnerability. And, you know, if you have lower cooldown, then you're vulnerable more often, essentially. Broccoli monsters. Yeah, I've got to get something protective. Let's grab one of these chests. There's enough of them. And what do we have here? Garlic! Okay, I upgraded my garlic. Think of Emerald being like, let's put some garlic in, bam! Add a little garlic, bam! Emerald will still have a show. Alright, I'm just gonna get the next protective thing I find. Maybe I'll do a reroll even. Let's do another one. Jeez. Alright, let's get more axe. I don't know. And buy axe. Do you ever actually go in? Is it to the hospital? Do you ever have to be in there in person, Ryan? Alright, I got more cross. More cross power. Once again, nothing protective. Alright, I should have grabbed that armor earlier. I don't know. I feel like the game is trying to disprove my point where I said there's no real point to upgrading your regeneration capability, because I find I'm always either at full health or about to die, and it's like, oh yeah, I'll show you. I'll give you a game where you're being grinded down. And that seems to be because I guess the way I play is I usually get armor or laurel, one of the protective things. But maybe an alternative way to play is you don't get those and you get the regenerative thing. But I'm going to do a reroll because I really want armor now. Jesus Christ. I'll do one more, and I guess I'll save the last for a real rainy day. Maybe the rainy day is now, though. Let's get more garlic. Grab this money. The garlic power is good. Upgrading my garlic power feels nice. Alright, once again, no armor. Let's get a knife. Cat. Alright. One of these rolls is going to give me armor. Clock lancet. Okay. Garlic again. Garlic again. Let's do it. Bad breath all the way. Okay, more clock lancet. I don't know, man. It's getting nasty here. Only things that shoot are really annoying, actually. But the garlic, I think, might kill those fireballs. Yeah, I think it does. Let's get a chest. Okay, we got 3 things. That's good. So let's upgrade to the clover, and to the axe, and to the bracer that increases your weapon speed. Wow, it's funny when I glance to my left, I see 6 viewers, 5 viewers, 4 viewers, 3 viewers. Okay, I must be really not entertaining all of a sudden. Armor, thank you. Okay, now I have some armor at least. Okay, I froze them. And I can plow through them. Okay. I do feel better with armor. It's only level 1 though. You gotta get some extra levels. Each one is like basically, right now I think I only subtract 1 from each hit that I take. And so, I gotta pile up those levels. Get the red. Let's get some chests. I feel like I need them. And again, I usually like to save them for the evos. Sometimes if you feel like you're in a little bit of jam, you just gotta get these chests. Okay. I'm not really in terrible shape. There's actually an armor upgrade to the northeast. I should run over there. What was I thinking? I hate leaving all these nice piles of goodies behind. Okay, I could get spinach as my final upgrade. I mean, I generally find I do well with spinach because it just amplifies all your damage. It's really nasty. So let's try to get that armor that's up here somewhere. I can charge through them a little bit now that I have some armor. It's still not usually the brightest thing to do. It's just, I don't know, I want to move fast. We're already halfway through the entire game. Pretty much we're at the 14-minute mark. The bossy looking guy there. Look at that skeleton, snakish looking thing. Right here. We should leave a chest. Got some jellyfish. Like enclosing me. They're surrounding me. Alright, let's see. We're getting close to the armor. Getting closer. I'm not sure if the knife is good with my playstyle, because I usually like to not really have to be conscious of the direction I'm moving in. But sometimes I try, I wake up and go, yeah, if I move into them, I can throw the knives right at them, and that's a good thing. But it's not like super, I guess, intuitive to me. Where's his armor? It looks like I have to go north a tiny bit. Is it around this wall? So that's kind of annoying. But sometimes that's just how it is. Annoying. Fear my garlic. Okay, where is that? Where's the armor? Is it here? There it is. Also some floor chicken. Yeah, let's get it. I'm injured. Alright, we got... Yay, level 2 armor. Hurrah. And where should I head to next? Am I using the candelabra? I am using the candelabra. You can see I have it right here. Or candelabrador, they call it. So maybe I'll head down here in this direction and get that next. Candelabrador. Toreador. I haven't really ever made great use of that cart, except by accident, like once or twice. I don't know if you could like intentionally try to get them lined up in a line and then hit the cart. I think it's probably not really feasible. Like in a single file line right along the cart, if you could somehow manage that, I guess it would be awesome. Alright, so yeah, we got a ways to go to get to the candelabrador. And we got like a Triton kind of guy here, the boss. Another one. Maybe not a boss, there's multiple. I use the term boss loosely. It's just a big guy who leaves a chest. See, there he left the chest. Let's head to the, whatchamacallit. Get some floor chicken. I love hearing the little mews constantly. Mew, mew, mew. Keep going. Ryan asks, have you ever done jury duty? I was called for the selection process once, but they didn't choose me. And yeah, I sat there for a full day and heard like the overview of the case. And oh, hold on one second, let me focus here. It's getting nasty all of a sudden. Jesus. All right, I gotta. What is the question mark on the map? That's what I don't know. These things just keep coming. Oh, I'm about to die. I get more armor. Crap. I'm gonna die. Alright, let's get out of here, let's get out of here. Okay, I escaped that horde, at least. Ugh, damn it. Alright, yes, again, I try to save the chest, and then suddenly the game ramps up the difficulty. That happens sometimes. And I eat it before I can use the chest. So it's always about that balance. You gotta. I mean, some people probably just get all the chests as they come, but I found when I do that, I'm less likely to get the Evo upgrades, which are killer. So I don't know. Maybe I just have to be a little bit, give myself some of them. I mean, I do get some of them, but maybe some more. But yeah, anyway, my jury duty selection was I sat there for one full day, and I got paid like $40 for my time, I think. And the two lawyers on both sides told us about the case, and they started the jury selection. They disqualified some people, blah blah blah. I went on the second day, and by the way, this was an hour drive to go to the courthouse, an hour drive. So maybe, I don't know if that's normal for you, because I know, because maybe it is more normal in your area, but for me that's a huge pain. I hate it. And then the second day in the morning, they dismissed me. The annoying thing was I had to like really like I was in a time period like right after I finished the semester in college that I was in, and I had to like there was some classes I needed to register for, but I had to like talk to professors in person about it, and they were high demand classes. I wasn't guaranteed to get a slot, and I even said that well, it's going to be really inconvenient because I might miss some college classes that I want to get into, and they were like, yeah, yeah, whatever. That wasn't an excuse to them, basically. They're like, everybody's inconvenienced by this, and that's not hardly the worst inconvenience that someone here might have to go through. I was like, all right, but they didn't even pick me, so thanks for making me miss a couple classes. Like defeat a total of 3,000 milk elementals. That's a new achievement. And also I unlocked Ramba, which must be a character. Ramba? Is it like a female Rambo? And also now today I learned these are called milk elementals. I guess in the milk factory they are creatures made of milk. Ryan says being actively in school gives you an instant out. No, it didn't for me, at least not in New York. I wasn't actually in school. I had finished the semester. It was like May 20th or something like that, right after my finals. But I was trying to register for my next semester, and I had to like talk to professors and stuff, and get these, you know, really signed up before other people took the high demand slots, and I missed out on a couple of them. But Ryan, you said I hate New Mexico and couldn't be impartial. I hope that doesn't backfire and get me in trouble. You really said that? Or are you joking? Anyway, you can see this time my damage per second for the cat was much less actually. That's probably because I didn't level it up fully. Level 8 is the max, I think, or is it 9? And also I didn't have yeah, I guess if you have it leveled up and you survive the whole game, then you have, several minutes of it being maxed out, so your DPS would go up too and everything. Anyway, I unlocked Rambo. I could check out what that is. I assume it's a character. Let's check it out real quick. Okay, at start, you can see Rambo here. Huh. The funny thing is it looks, oh, I actually have to pay to unlock it, but it's like two levels of unlocking, I guess. It didn't have the option to unlock him or her before. But this actually has a weapon I've never seen before. What is it? If I mouse over it, doesn't actually tell me. So let me unlock it. Oh, it's one of those milk elementals that I just killed. Bianca Ramba gets more projectiles every 20 levels, max plus 3. But what is this wheel thingy? I guess it doesn't tell you on the screen. I kind of assumed it did. There might be a screen that tells you all the levels, though. I'm not really sure. I don't really look at these funky screens like this one. Bestiary, that would be about enemies, not about weapons. It looks like I've unlocked a majority of them, but there's still some more to go as far as monsters. 85 out of 112 I've unlocked. Unlocks. Unlocked 81 of 130. Well, I could play one more time to see what that. It's my excuse to play again to see what this wheel-looking thing is that I've never seen before. Ryan says I try to always be truthful. What about hating New Mexico? There's a funny you might have heard of this, a documentary called, I think it's just called Jury Duty, where it's like everybody but one person is an actor, pretending, simulating like this whole jury selection and a trial and everything. There's one guy who's like the stooge, and he doesn't know that it's all fake. And it's quite amusing and interesting. And what's the actor's name? James Marsden, the one who played Cyclops in X-Men. Marsden, he's in that, and he's playing himself though, so he acts like a cocky actor and stuff. It's kind of fun. James Marsden. Anyway, let's try Ramba here. Bianca Ramba. Ramba or Ramba? Doesn't matter. Let's play the next level. Gallo Tower, an edifice of science and sorcery, where horror was made manifest in the name of progress. Its many artifacts and experiments may lead us to what we seek. Let's go. Let's see what this new weapon is. Oh, I can't move. Okay, there we go. That's not my weapon. That's just some traps. Okay, I'm shooting. Oh, I'm shooting a cart. I throw a cart and it bounces around. Okay, it's a little weird. Well, I could get. You know, I'm kind of tempted to get things I haven't gotten today. So it could be a pentagram or the fire wand. You know, a pentagram is fun. It nukes everything on the screen and it kills the items and goodies too, unless you upgrade it enough so the percentage of that happening, probability of that happening is low. But for now, it's just going to nuke everything. See, look at that. It actually left these. It doesn't usually leave them at the low level. I thought it was like a 100% chance of killing them at the low level, but I guess not. Let's get Laurel. I like that one. That's the one I was hoping for to protect me in the last game, and I just couldn't find it. So now I have Laurel. And this weird shopping cart thing. Mine cart, actually. I just throw them. I roll them at these people. It's very strange. And they bounce around for a while, so look at that. You put it in the right place. Okay, I was hoping it would bounce back and forth some more. But I guess not. I don't really want any of these right now. Let's get a reroll. Yeah, let's get Rune Tracer. I feel like there might be some more skill than typical involved with this cart thingy. I'm just kind of running around in a circle and observing it. Because I can see it obviously goes horizontal and it bounces back and forth. Let's get more pentagram. What I'm thinking is good to do is probably try to lead them like this in a horizontal line, and then the cart will go and hopefully kill a line of them. So I'm kind of experimenting right now. I moved out of the way because I was afraid it was going to hurt me, but it doesn't hurt you. Let's see. Let's get this other thing that we haven't gotten. This bird bombards in a circling zone. Ryan asks, have you seen the new Evil Dead movie? I have not. I haven't seen the one from 10 years ago either. I'm not really like that into the idea of seeing it, but I don't know. Maybe I'll sometime if I catch it on Pluto or something. And I think Pluto shows the one from 10 years ago. Let's get the other bird while I'm at. I'll have the white bird and the black bird, Ebony and Ivory. Did I ever tell you about the YouTube ad for the Evil Dead movie 10 years ago? It made me crap my pants. There was an ad that popped up on YouTube, and it was like totally unexpected. So I was like, rah! And Ryan said, "What? Crap your pants?" Yeah. It was quite a surprise. It was like this. I was putting on some random YouTube video. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was video game related or something. Let me. I'm realizing I'm like shifting off the camera here. Let me. Anyway, this is what it was like. I was putting on. Let's say it was an instructional video about how to make a particular kind of cake. It's something I've looked up before. I don't remember if that's what it was really. And then there's an ad that comes up, and it shows from the then new 2013 Evil Dead movie. You know, the demon girl who's in the basement, but she has that like flap, the trapdoor thing above her that's chained, and she can't get through it. But it's just her close-up of her face, and she looks all made up, and she's going, "Don't skip this ad, don't skip it, don't you fucking skip it, don't you skip it, you little brat, don't skip it, don't skip it." And it was just like that, except 10 times scarier than what I just did. And I was like, I'm trying to watch a freaking video on how to make a cake here. What the hell? It was quite disturbing. It was like this demon telling me not to skip the ad. I'm like, I want to close it. Kind of hilarious in retrospect. But at the time, I was like, what if that was somebody's grandma with a heart condition? And Ryan says someone clipped Mark doing that. I remember they used that word, "you little brat." It was like, "Don't skip it, you little brat." Like, what the fuck is happening here? The demon's telling me not to skip the ad. Oh, that's pretty hilarious. Ryan says, "I want that to be my ringtone." What, me saying that, or
or the demon.
Hold on, I'm adjusting some windows here and hopefully not getting killed in the process. Okay. Yeah. So what am I focusing on here? I'm just kind of chatting and ignoring the game. Oh, I can't go to my map for some reason. It won't let me. Okay. At least not with the escape key. All right. I'm not. Maybe I'll get the gauntlet thing up top. Yeah. Somehow my keyboard escape key isn't working. Normally that will go to the map. It's probably better to get used to hitting start on the controller anyway. Calder said the only Evil Dead I've seen is Army of Darkness. Cool. I actually feel like you get more of Army of Darkness if you see Evil Dead 2 first. You don't necessarily need to see Evil Dead 1. I don't necessarily need to see any of them first, but I feel like seeing Evil Dead 2 and then Army of Darkness, you get a good feel about like the danger that some of these Deadites are providing, and the whole swallow your soul thing. You get to see that happen in more gory detail, and I don't know. You see the background story. And I don't know, I just saw Army of Darkness for the first time in like 20 years in a theater where Bruce Campbell was actually hosting, and he did like a trivia game thing, and he introduced the movie. And like probably like a third of the maybe even a half of the audience left as soon as Bruce Campbell left, and then the movie started. But you know, I got so tired of it back in the day because me and all my friends would watch it endlessly, and we would quote it. And I don't know, DVDs started to be a new thing. I got the DVD, we would all watch it all the time. I got sick of it. I didn't watch it for like 20 years. But then I just saw it this past March, and it really holds up, and I enjoyed the heck out of it. And it was fun with a whole, a whole bunch of other fans like laughing at the right moment, and everybody cheering at some of the great one-liners and things like that. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, Laurel. I do like having Laurel. So yeah, let's upgrade that even more. And look at that. The thing that nukes everybody that I can't remember the name of kept the jewels on the screen. It's always good when it does that. So weird with these mine carts. Anyway, was I gonna head somewhere? I think I'll head to the gauntlet thingy, yeah. Let's do that. Hey, it's Lewis. How's it going, Lewis? Wow. And Lewis says, hey Mark, I think that wheel weapon is referencing the cart you are shooting or throwing. Yes, it is, exactly. Oh, you must have been watching for a while, Lewis. Now, maybe you saw my demon impression. I hope you liked it. Lewis is a former coworker of mine. He was actually my manager for a while, and we just caught up yesterday. We got tacos together. Thanks for joining, Lewis. Yeah, the wheel is making this minecart go. But yeah, they call it. I don't know what word is this, like Italian or something? I don't know. Or maybe it's Spanish. Carrillo. Base area up to 20%. Cool. Let's make a big. Yeah, look, I just made bigger minecarts by getting the base area up by 20%. So eventually, maybe if I fully upgrade this, I could have like a giant minecart bouncing around. Army of Darkness is a great quotable, but yeah, I have, you can overdo it. When I was younger, totally overdid that movie. But I was really happy to see it again with Bruce Campbell introducing it and everything. And just a lot of fun. It really holds up. Here's a break. Let's get more of this wheel thingy. Cart thing. When I watch it with a critical eye, I can nitpick some things. Most of it is nitpicky. There's one thing that I feel like is why did they make that writing decision? And that is, why did they have Ash ditch his chainsaw arm, chainsaw hand attachment, and get the very boring metal gauntlet thingy attachment? He only uses that in one moment where somebody's trying to stab him with a sword. I think it's the big baddie guy, and he grabs the blade. But that's just not nearly as fun as the chainsaw. I feel like they could have used that opportunity to make, I don't know, if they didn't want to reuse the chainsaw, they could have made something else more fun. So I'm being pretty nitpicky. It's just that when I look at it from a critical eye, I can say, why did they make that decision? They could have made something better. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Ryan, too, that having it the whole time might have been boring. Or even it might have been awkward to even film some of the scenes, like he's like horse riding and he can only use one hand, and and climbing around and stuff. Maybe that was the only reason, actually. Like, doing all the stunts he was doing, climbing ropes and whatever, ladders, and driving that tank thing he makes toward the end. Maybe they just wanted him to have two hands so they could not have to deal with, like, you know, him trying to do all these stunts and things with this clunky chainsaw, which is understandable. But I felt like, just fun-wise, I was like, this gauntlet thing doesn't really add anything. Anyway, these things are those are traps. Normally those candelabra things have goodies in it, but these ones are traps. They self-ignite. And actually, I'm seeing a little bit of slowdown now. We were talking about if you made this on your Commodore, it might have slowdown, but I'm seeing a little bit of it now. Ryan said they hope one day I can use the line "good, bad" on the guy with the gun. Well, I hope not in the sense of you just shot like that. You just shot somebody in the face, like in the movie. I hope you don't have to ever shoot somebody in the face. Colden said I love when the woman was like, "You found me beautiful once," and he says, "Honey, you got real ugly." Yeah, that's a great one. One of my favorites is it's not really that quotable, but it's he's burying, you know, the clone of him after like dismembering him, and so, you know, the evil clone is like, "You'll never get the Necronomicon," well, blah 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 blah, and then he goes, "Hey, there's something on your face," and the clone goes, "What?" And you just see the dirt fly on his face. I just love that. Hey, there's something on your face. But yeah, so many quotable lines, for sure. Actually, Bruce Campbell is tired of people walking up to him and just yelling out Army of Darkness quotes. So in this Q&A and trivia thing that he did, one of the things he said was, if you see a celebrity, quote one of their, like, or reference one of their lesser known things. And he told this whole story about how he met William Shatner, and he didn't reference Star Trek. He said in, what the hell is the name of the show? I want to say, like, this could be the totally wrong name, Starsky and Hutch. He said, "I love that slide you did with the when you it was just like this stunt that he did when he would park his car. He would, like, I don't know how to explain it. He'd do like a smooth move where he curves with the car and just kind of skids into where exactly he wants to park it. T.J. Hooker, was it? Yeah, sorry, I'm saying the wrong names here. I'm getting them mixed up in my mind. T.J. Hooker, sorry about that. And so Bruce Campbell went up to William Shatner and he said, "I love that he had like a special name for it, like the car slide or something. I don't know." And oh shit, there's a wall there. And then he said basically that William Shatner was really receptive about that. And so he also said, you know, I hate when people are saying, like, "This is my boomstick." Just, you could reference something else I was in, like I was in Xena, and he says I was in Burn Notice. And then he actually told the story that he met Bill Clinton, who was like, "I love that show you're in, Burn Notice." Then he said, hey, where's the girl?" referring to his co-star, and making a joke at Clinton being woman obsessed. But he actually said, in one of the shows he did after, he borrowed the William Shatner slide for a scene that he was in. And shortly after he said that, there was a kid who was 9 years old in the audience. And so Bruce called on him to ask a question. And you know what the kid says? Right after, like, maybe not right after, but a little while after, Bruce Campbell mentions, he doesn't like being yelled at, like, "This is my boomstick" and stuff like that. Guess what the kid says? He goes, "This is my boomstick." So Bruce Campbell asked him to come up on the stage and, like, embarrasses him. It was a lot of fun. And another kid right in front of me asked him to sign something of it. He's like, "Could you sign my Ash vs. the Evil Dead toy?" He was like, "There's an Ash vs. the Evil Dead toy?" "No, I won't sign it." The kid was literally right in front of me. I was like, "Oh, sorry, man, good try." Anyway, that was a lot of fun that evening. But yeah, what a great movie. I feel like the only problem is it's just so awesome that you can reference it too much and see it a million times. But like I said, when I was like in my late teens, early 20s. Me and all my friends just totally overdid that. And I couldn't stand it for a while, but it still holds up though, regardless of that. That was like just me and my friends being stupid. I mean, you know, you could ruin any movie by doing that. Or get tired of anything. Anyway, where the hell am I going here? Am I going anywhere in particular? Yeah, I want to get that gauntlet still, so let's do that, I guess. And I don't know, I'm getting beat up a lot, so I should probably get chests as they come. So what are you up to, Lewis, tonight, if you are still in the chat? And has anybody seen Arturo? I always feel like I have to call out Arturo, and then he'll usually say, I'm here. But I don't know, he's often quiet if other people are chatting. I think he chats the most if it's like really late at night, which pretty much is now. Everybody else is gone, and then it's usually like me and him chatting one-on-one. Alright, let's get some more armor. I'm getting beat up a lot, so I want more armor. And Ryan says, when I was younger, I always quoted Aliens too much. Okay. I don't feel like Aliens is super quotable except Game Over Man. Maybe that's the quote you said repeatedly. I'm leveling up a ton right here. And Lewis is YouTube surfing. Cool. Are you watching like multiple videos at once, like me and other people? No, I actually really have Laurel and armor, so I often just get one or the other. But considering I'm still getting, because these are both protective things, as I mentioned a bunch of times. So when you have both of them, that's extra protection. But as you can see, I am taking some serious hits, so maybe it's not the worst thing. And Lewis says I quoted Predator a lot. Oh, that's how you did it. Remember I did that, the last Cool Sequel featured presentation I did at work where I had the manly handshake from Predator. I was like, does anybody know what movie this is from? And you said it right away, Predator. And Cauldron says, actually, I might have to pause it if we're getting too hectic. Yeah, he's like, Dylan, you son of a bitch. And then you see like the manliest handshake ever with biceps the size of my head. And Cauldron says, Ryan, I had a friend in elementary school, actually the same one who first showed me Army of Darkness, who quoted Aliens all the time. Okay. Ryan says I think Arturo is making sausage, so his hands are dirty, so he can't type. What? Does he make sausage much? I don't get it. Pentagram. I notice every time you upgrade Pentagram, it actually activates Pentagram. That's not the only case. It also happens once in a while, on top of that. Let's get a chest here. Alright, we got spinach. So I still have 3 slots left, you can see in the upper left. And I guess if I'm going for Bracer, I might as well get the one that's right here. Yeah, so Bracer should be coming up soon as I continue to go north. Dylan. Where is that thing? You guys kind of have me pinned to the right a little bit. I guess not really pinned. I think you can see I kind of was able to plow through it a little bit. Oh, you know, I haven't seen Aliens in so long. I forgot like nuke the site from orbit was even a thing, or was that from Predator? I guess in both movies it would make sense to nuke the site from orbit. I just don't remember which movie. Pentagram, let's do it. Bang! Oh, it killed all the items too. Did it kill a chest too? I think it might have killed a chest. That really sucks if it did. So these things are going to explode. You gotta just kind of trigger them and then back away. Let them explode, then you can go past. Well yeah, am I, where is the gauntlet? Bracer, actually. Ah, I'm getting hurt, getting hurt, getting hurt. There it is, right here. Okay. Any movie with Arnold. Conan the Barbarian. All right. I don't know what these question marks are. I should figure this out. I often go to the question mark on the map and I don't see anything. I think it might mean there's a secret you have to figure out, like maybe walk through a wall or something. I should actually try to figure it out. And Calder says aliens. Ripley suggests going back to the mothership and just nuking the entire site. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Speaking of nuking it from flight, here we go. Ruin Tracer. Spinach. Let's nuke again. Woohoo! There's so many freaking enemies. Money bag. I'm taking too many hits here. Which makes me think I need more armor or laurel armor. Bounce my carts. Where the heck am I going? I'm trying to go to this question mark, right? Yeah, it's a far away. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. How much time do I have left? And what do I want here? Empty tome is good. Reducing cooldown is always nice. I guess I'll get that. I don't feel like I'm doing very well in the Evo department though. Getting those Evo combinations. So when I don't have Evos, usually I don't win because they're so powerful. Oh. See, those question marks are warning you that something bad's gonna exclamation points are warning that something bad's gonna happen in this spot. And this level is those like shooting star things or something. Just drop down from the heavens and kill you. I get a breather every time the whatchamacallit activates. Alright. Let's see, Calderon also says the same friend also when he got off the school bus would always throw his book bag out first like Arnold did in The Predator. The Predator at the beginning of the movie. You guys, I don't know, I don't think I would remember the detail of that. I should watch it more. I haven't watched either Aliens or Predator in so many years. And Ryan says, wife and I rewatched Predator a while back. Totally holds up. Probably the greatest action sci-fi movie ever. Cool. Let's get more Laurel. I don't know, I'm always trying, if I'm getting beat up a lot, you know, it seems common sense you want to protect yourself, but also sometimes, you know, as the cliche goes, sometimes the best defense is a strong offense. These flying harpies, or whatever the hell they are, really annoying. And I'm actually getting slow down here, which is annoying. Might have to do with, you know, streaming and all this stuff at the same time. And normally I don't get slow down. It just cleared up, like something magical there was making it slow. But yeah, am I anywhere near this question mark yet? Not really. Okay. Look at these guys. These might be actual vampires. They're all shooting at me. I wish I had garlic. I have to dodge all this shit. Or, you know, I'll take a lot of hits anyway. Guess more bracer. Go to the right of them, and then maybe my minecart will get him. What movie have you watched the most in your life? Mark asks, right. In my life. Well, as a kid, I don't think this applies anymore, but as a kid I used to watch The Princess Bride and Spaceballs endlessly, and Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Those I watched a ton. I had them on video. Basically recorded them off like HBO or something. Actually, my Monty Python and the Holy Grail was taped off of PBS, like Channel 13 here in the US, which is our New York City-based PBS channel. They played it once at like 3 in the morning, and my brother recorded it. It was unfortunately censored though. But that was the main recording I watched a million times. And sorry, I'm really struggling here at the moment. Trying to think of what I should do. Maybe get this pile of green gems to level up. But it was annoying. As censored, it was like there's like, for example, one line where, how do you know he's a king? He hasn't got shit all over him. But in this censored for PBS, it said he hasn't got all over him. Like, okay, just a blanket. But then I became really fond of Night of the Living Dead as I got older. And I know that's probably your answer, Ryan. What else did I see endlessly? I don't know. Endless. I used to watch the animated The Hobbit a lot as a kid as well. But I talk about these things I watched a ton as a kid. I don't really watch them a ton as an adult anymore. But I don't know. Monty Python might be my most watched movie overall. Oh. Yeah, Princess Bride is good. Oh, I'm almost dead. I got my wife a book about it was like the making of it. I'm gonna die. About the making of Princess Bride. It came out maybe, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago. I'm dead. Bop, 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 bop. And it was signed by Cary Elwes. Cary Elwes is, he's the actor who played Wesley in Princess Bride, and he has the laziest signature anyway. But my wife, loved him growing up, and he was like a big crush of hers growing up. He looked like Errol Flynn and everything, but this is how he signs. I was like so disappointed. He signs like this. I got it signed by him. This is how Cary Elwes signs. I'm gonna forge his signature right now. Ready? Ready? Here we go. That's what he does. He makes a big freaking C with a long tail. Sorry, I canceled it. Like that. It's a little bit more like more of a pronounced C like this. There, that's his signature. I was like, really? I paid extra for. I could have written that and said it was Cary Elwes. And Coleman said this entire round was rough from the jump. Yeah, I don't know. The cards I don't think are good. I mean, you might just have to know how to use them right, but I don't think I was using them very effectively. But that's okay. You win some, you lose some. And Calderon says I saw Cary Elwes speak at Wizard World, basically Philadelphia Comic Con. Okay, cool. What was he speaking about? I guess he's been in a lot of stuff since then. He's been in Stranger Things. He's been in Saw. Uh, but I don't think he's ever like the lead role usually anymore. Anyway, that is Cary Elwes' signature on the screen. But yeah, he's actually going to be hosting a thing in the Patchogue Theater, which is near me, and actually that's where I saw Bruce Campbell. He's going to be hosting a screening of The Princess Bride, and I think he's going to be like doing Q&A or something. So we might go there. That is coming up soon. I don't remember when exactly, but I think this summer. But yeah, yeah, my wife loves him. Although she likes the young version of him mostly, but she still appreciates his acting. But as far as liking him, yeah. And Ryan says Tony Todd did a great signature for my Night of the Living Dead remake photo. Okay. Tony Todd I like him. Yeah, he's cool. For those who don't know, he played the Candyman. That's probably his biggest role. Candyman. And Calderon says that regarding Cary Elwes, he said that when Mel Brooks called him for Robin Hood Men in Tights, he hung up thinking it was a crank call. Then his manager called him and was like, "You hung up on Mel Brooks." That's funny. And Ryan said that's why I shit on New Mexico. Cool things are near you. The only thing near me is dipshit hippie crystal healers. Okay. Sorry that you only have that. All right. Well, I didn't actually have a great track record tonight in this game, but that's fine. You don't even win this game. I consider winning when you make it up to death after 30 minutes. But I think I lost 3 times and won once. That how many games I played? I don't even know. Yeah, that's right. You have the Atari burial dump for ET. All right. I think I'm gonna call it there. I can play another game. Sometimes I like to just mix up. I play my main game for an hour or two, and then I play something else for the end. Or I could end it here and actually go to bed at 12:15. Would anyone like to see a little 868 hack? Or I played that recently, but I kind of been thinking about it again. I might play it some more. Yeah, I may play a little bit of that, maybe like a half hour or so. Um, but thanks for watching Vampire Survivors. Wasn't there an ET documentary on Netflix? Asks Lewis. Yeah, there was. I watched it some years ago. Yeah. So that game was very briefly. The story was the designer who was name I should know something like shoot. I'm sure Calder knows it off the top of his head. He was asked to make this game following the release of ET in 1982. I think the timeline was ET came out. The movie came out in the summer of '82, and then um, Atari had what's his name? He had something like Warsaw in his name. It's like George something Warsaw. I don't know. I might have it told. Howard Scott Warsaw. There we go. He was told to make this by Christmas. He had to make it by Christmas, and I think he was told to make it in either like August or September. And so it was a rush job. And he showed like a prototype to I think Steven Spielberg, and he was like, Spielberg said, couldn't you just make it like Pac-Man or something? And so, anyway, the game was rushed and not great. I don't think it's the worst game ever. It is, but it was way overproduced because they were hoping it would match the hype of the movie. And that's long story short, that's why there's so many in the landfill. It's not the worst game in the world, really. It's not. I wouldn't call it a good game. Maybe I'd give it like a 3 or 4 out of 10 though, if we're in the scope of Atari games. It's just that you have to know it's not intuitive. There's weird things going on. You have to read the manual. And there's like a weird trick to getting out of these pits. You fall into these pits and you have to go float up, go doot doot doot, and you have to move is I can't remember exactly. It's something like if you move left or right, you automatically fall back in again. So you just have to not move left or right. But your average, 6-year-old going, "Oh, I want to play ET," isn't going to be able to figure out this weird quirk of it. And they just play and they fall again and they fall and they fall and they fall and they fall until ET is dead. And they go, "Oh my God, this is the worst game I've ever played. Christmas is ruined." Uh, but I actually played it on stream a couple of years ago and finished it. I beat it, so to speak, at least on the easy level. And yeah, I wouldn't say it's a good game, but if you get past that hurdle and also the weirdness of the map and there's like symbols on the top that of the screen that mean something, but you'd actually need to read the manual, then it's not the worst game. But a lot of people do say it is the worst game. And Ryan says, honestly, I think ET is better than his indie game. Oh, the Indiana Jones game for 2600. That's also a game that's kind of cryptic and unintuitive and weird. Yeah, I could see that argument being made. And Calder says he's also the same guy who made Yara's Revenge, one of the greatest games on the 2600 and the best-selling original title game for that console. Okay, yeah, Yara's Revenge is cool. What I actually learned recently was that kind of force field thing in Yara's Revenge. It looks like random garbage. It's actually an encoding of the game's source code. So the game's source code itself is like, I guess it's just the binary where each pixel is either like present for a one or missing for a zero, and it looks like just like static. But that's not the game. That's the game's source code in like a vertical bar on the screen. That's kind of funny. Anyway, yeah, if I knew what's good for me, I'd probably go to bed now. But I'm having a lot of fun, and we've got 7 concurrent viewers, which is pretty good for me. I know it's kind of pathetic, but if it was like, okay, we're winding down to 2 viewers, maybe I would stop. I'm gonna play. This is a totally different game, and it's a game I've been into lately, though. And I did stream this like a couple months ago, but hey, let's play a little more. 868 hack. Let me make sure my window size is pretty good. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. All right. And I can draw on the screen. That's important. So I'm gonna fiddle with this a little bit. Oh, what do I do? Okay. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. I'm gonna quit the game and try again. Bear with me a moment, please. Yeah, so this game is an interesting little one that I also play on my iPhone, but I used to play it a lot during my commutes to work, but since I don't commute, I don't play iPhone games much anymore. But weird, I hit the button to make it full screen and it kind of bugged out. Now even when I close the game and reopen it, it's still bugging out. So it's possible it might not happen tonight. Let me try one thing. Oh, I think I still have Vampire Survivors open. That's probably not helping matters. Two games fighting over the screen. I don't know how that's gonna work. I thought I closed it, but and I'll close Steam for good measure. Waiting for 868 hack to shut down. Okay. Yeah, something's going a little wacky. Yeah, computers, they get wacky sometimes. Blame software engineers. But don't look at me, though, because I don't work on operating systems. So, yeah, keep bearing with me, please. And Yar's Revenge, I never. Yar's Revenge wasn't one of my favorites as a kid. I don't know. I think I found it too hard. But in retrospect, I think it is a great game. And once in a while, when I do pick up Atari, yeah, I do like to play that game a lot. It's hard to difficulty isn't a bad thing at all. I appreciate difficulty in my old age, but when I was like 4 years old when I had that game, I was like, I'd rather play Fishing Derby. Fishing Derby is a great game, by the way. All right, we're trying again. Loading up Steam. Steam. Steam had a major UI overhaul recently, and people are like sarcastically thinking, couldn't they have made, you know, Half-Life 3 instead? They just improved their Steam UI. People have been joking about wanting a Half-Life 3 for like how long? 15 years? And Cauldron says, I love it. Warlords is maybe the only Atari 2600 game I enjoy more. Oh, yeah, Warlords is amazing. Especially if you can get four people together. Oh, my God. Oh, come on, 866. Hack, why are you doing this today? Oh, man. All right. I've never had a problem with it before. Now I'm considering, do I want to reinstall it or just move on to another game? I'm not going to restart my computer. I could reinstall the game. Let me reinstall the game quick. I don't know. That'll be my. It's a very small game. It's got very basic graphics and everything. So it's probably like 100 megabytes or something. So, by the way, Rob Bob couldn't join us tonight. He was playing Minecraft with his friends, so he's too cool for us now. I can't play. Vampire Survivor. I'm playing Minecraft. I'm only joking. He might be watching now, so he hears me making fun of him. But I'm only just kidding. I actually encourage him playing Minecraft with his friend, or if he wants to do anything with his friends instead of streaming with me, I totally support that. I'm his dad, He's got to play with his friends. All right, I just installed 868 hack again. And let's see. Calder says, "Oh my God, four-player Warlord is multiplayer gaming at its peak even today." I agree. It's just freaking amazing. I didn't know that it craps over the arcade version though. I never really played the arcade version. That game is so much fun. All right, so once again, it's working, but it's not. It's like cutting off a little bit. I'm afraid to fiddle with the window again because of what happened last time. So maybe I'll just leave it. It's not that bad. Like the top is cut off a little bit. All right, so the old 868 hack. Here we go. Yeah, it's a little annoying. I actually might be able to fix this on my streaming end to some degree. I think I cropped the top. a little bit for the last game. So I think this might be yeah, it's actually quite fixable. Okay. It's my cropping that's the problem, really. So, all right, there we go. Let's do it. So this game, yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen me play this game before, I am a happy face. But as you get injured, you get injured once, you become that kind of a face, a neutral mouth face. You get hit again, you're a sad face. You get hit again, you pop, you're dead. So that's how it goes. And now, as you play the game, these guys spawn. These are the monsters. There's 4 kinds of them. They each work in a different way. Most monsters take 2 hits. They're not really monsters. They're supposed to be what the hell are they called? I don't remember. Are they programs or are these things you get programs? Anyway, they're things that try to kill you in this kind of virtual cyberspace thing you're supposed to be hacking into. These are the things you get that are abilities. I think these are called programs. These happy faces are they're siphons. The siphons are what that you get these programs. Also, you can siphon these dollar signs and these squiggly lines using the siphon. What those are is they are credits and energy respectively. They're the power, the fuel for the programs that you execute. So it's a pretty confusing game when you explain it. But once you get into it, it's actually pretty straightforward. And Ryan said I never got into Warlords because I never had any friends. Oh man. But you can play with the computer player even. It's still pretty fun. All right, let's just get into this now. And I can explain things as I go. This guy is called a demon. His thing is he takes 3 hits, whereas the other guys usually take 2. Now in this game, your basic attack is you shoot horizontally or vertically until you hit something. And you damage an enemy for 1 with each hit, but every time you hit him, you also stun them. So anytime you zap something once, well, anytime it's like one-on-one like this, you've totally owned them. You just go zap, zap, and then they're dead. And Lewis asks, monsters are not viruses in this game. There is actually a virus. This one is called a demon, Daemon. But it's a purple guy who's a virus, and his power is he moves 2 spaces at a time. The demon only moves 1, and the demon's power is he takes 3 hits. So, but again, I have him pinned basically. So all I have to do is zap him like so. 1, 2, 3, and he's done. Let me know if you hear the game at all. It seems like it's not playing any sound for some reason. Oh, how do I get into the options or something? It's not actually a big deal though. The game doesn't really have very good sound effects. It doesn't like really matter much. Oh shit, what happened? I hit escape to, I guess I accidentally quit. Alright, let's load it up and resume. And Ryan says, remember the time Stu said they look like tank tops with boobs? Oh yes, Stu always has interesting takes. Alright, so yeah, so now I'm gonna get one of these happy faces, and that's gonna go into here in my data siphon. That means it's just like the number of uses I have. Now I have 1 data siphon. So each level you get a couple of them. And another demon popped up. 1, 2, 3, he's dead. Let's get the other data siphon. Usually you want to collect all the data siphons. They're pretty critical. And really the goal of the game is to get points and get on the high score list. So if you siphon this thing, you get the program push. And the 4 means you summon 4 enemies. Four enemies appear to deal with you. They could be the demons, the viruses, or the other 2 types. Cryptog is one of them. And the 4th one I always forget the name of. And but this one here, all it does is give me 2 points. So you can siphon some of these cube thingies that give you points or that give you programs. So I always think that D-Bomb is one of the critical programs to get, and so is Push. So I'm going to try to get both of those. But something has just appeared. This one is invisible. This is the Cryptog. So it appeared here, but each step I take, it's going to move, and I don't see where it is except when I am lined up with it, either vertically or horizontally. So it's moving around. It's most likely here right now, and the next move is going to go right down here. And again, I'm using that football drawing on the screen thing. Oh no, it didn't do it. Probably the next move then. There we go. I just had my count off by 1. Now I can just shoot it. Because again, once you have like the one-on-one situation, you've got him. You're not hearing anything. Yeah, I don't know why. What's going on? But the game doesn't really have much in the way of sound effects anyway, just little beeps and stuff. All right, so now I'm trying to decide, do I want to go for the D-bomb or the push? If I want to get greedy, I could stand here. And if I use one of these siphons while I'm standing here, it would get the 2 points and the push. And also it sucks up this energy for me. Sorry, this is credits, not energy. It would suck up this credits, this credits. I'm assuming I'm standing here, by the way. And also this credit and this energy. All the surrounding stuff gets siphoned. The problem is, if I'm a little too cocky, I'll be summoning 6 enemies at once to deal with. So sometimes I like to get cocky in this game because it's fun to be cocky. So I might just try that. And Cauldron says I'm having Rainbow Chips Deluxe cookies. Wow, I haven't had those in ages. The Keebler ones? All right, let's try it. So 6 enemies, which is a little intimidating when you're a newbie in the game. In other words, I don't have a lot of stuff, but I'm gonna try it. Okay, this isn't too bad. Why I say it's not too bad? Because I have like a little bunker here to hide out in, made up of these QB thingies. They can't go through those. But the thing I was concerned about is the pink guys who we haven't seen yet, because they can go through these QB thingies. They go through walls essentially. But none of these guys, the viruses and demons, none of them can go through the walls. So I can pretty much hide out in this little bunkery area and just pick them off one by one. What I have to be concerned with mostly is that the viruses move 2 spaces per turn. So that can be a problem sometimes. And I actually don't have enough energy to even use one of my pushes, which makes everybody get pushed away by 1 square. So we'll see how it goes. Zap him. Oh boy. Okay, a virus is going to run in my face now. Yeah, not so bad. Okay, so here's the issue. As soon as I kill this guy next turn, this guy's going to run into me and hurt me. I think I'll still survive, but let's see how it goes. Ideally, I would be able to use any of these programs. I just can't. I can use debug actually, but debug only applies to those pink guys who I told you about, who can move on to the QB thingies. So for now, for all intents and purposes, don't actually have any useful programs. All right, so I'm getting hit by 1. So I have as you can see, a neutral looking face now. That means I was damaged by 1. Now, unfortunately, the way this virus is positioned, he's going to hit me again. So it's possible I might lose very shortly, actually. But actually now, I'm going to kill him, and this virus will go right next to me and not hit me. So it should be good. Okay, so I am surviving. Ooh. So I did bite off a little more than I can chew, but I came out alive. At least for now. And Cauldron says, Chips Deluxe is greater than Chips Ahoy. I don't know. Those are both good, yeah. I used to like them both when I was a kid. I don't really get them anymore. But now what I'm considering is how I want to get this D-bomb. It is risky because I am a frowny face guy now, which means I'm almost dead. By the same token, I just started the game. I can always start over. But I want to get the D-bomb because I know it's good. I could stand here and get it, and I would slurp up all these goodies. This one, everything that's next to me, I get. And I would summon 4 of these guys. I could go a little bit into this area that I call a bunker, but then I wouldn't get the same same amount of stuff in terms of credits and energy. So I don't know. It's always a trade-off. You got to consider all the options. Let's shoot this guy. This is one of the pink guys who goes through walls, by the way. So debug will kill all the guys who are in the walls at the time. So if there was a pink guy here and here and here, I use debug once and they're all dead. But I'm going to try it right here. I'm going to go here and get the D-bomb, see how that goes. Okay. Pretty good, because again, I have a little kind of bunkery area to hide out in, and I don't have any of the pink guys who could go through the walls of said bunker. So I can kind of just pick them off. And also I have a push usage now, as well as D-bomb. What D-bomb does is it makes the nearest demon, which are again these orange guys, go kaboom. He's just dead. And also, everyone adjacent to him, except for me, takes 1 damage, so including diagonal. So that can be a really powerful thing to D-bomb. On top of that, if there's a tie for who's closest, all of them will blow up. All right, so I think I can just kill them the old-fashioned way. The way it's working out, I can just pick them up 1 by 1. There's no need to use anything special. All right, so I have essentially beat this level, and I can jump into this green glowing square thingy to go to the next level. The levels in this game are actually called sectors, by the way, for what it's worth. Kill that guy. I like to clear the level of all the enemies before I go down to the next level because the enemies actually stay. They go to the next level with you. So it's good to have a clear board and then you go. So now it's the perfect time to go. By the way, this half of my face is dark tonight because I had a little desktop lamp that I usually turn on, but I let my wife borrow it. I forgot to get it back. So you get the half mark in the dark tonight. All right. So, and by the way, the number of enemies that start on the level is equal to the level that you're on. Because I'm on Sector 2, that means I start with 2 enemies to deal with. By the time I get to Sector 8, I will start with 8. So we kill this demon and the blue guy, the Cryptog. All right. Now we're going to collect these data siphons. I usually like to play it like this. I collect all the data siphons while picking off the enemies one by one. First, I clear the board of all the initial guys, get the siphons while picking them off one by one, and then I decide what I want to actually get with the siphons. So I have 2 of them, and I have to figure out what I want. And Lewis says, I'm hopping off, Mark. Interesting game. I never played either of them. Good night. All right, thanks for hanging out with me tonight, Lewis, and have a good night. Okay, so yeah, what can I do here? So another thing I consider to be like critical to get in your arsenal is antivirus. So that one is right there. That will kill those purple viruses who go quickly, who move two squares at a time. Here is the conundrum though. I have to get another thing at the same time if I want to get antivirus due to how it's positioned. So I could stand here and I would siphon this one and this one, and then I would get these resources which aren't that great, but it's something. The challenging thing is this one, I think. It would be the 4 enemies plus whatever this is. This is a question mark. It's random. I don't know what it is. And this gives you a random thing. I don't know what it is. Why why would you want to pick that then? It's kind of annoying if you don't know what you're getting. Well, they try to give you an incentive by the number here is reduced by 1. In other words, if this turns out to be a another antivirus, for example, I would get the antivirus and the number here would function as a 3. Or if it's a score block like this one, it would give me the 5 points, and the number it would summon would be 4. 5 minus 1 equals 4. So that's the thing. I'm gonna get the antivirus, but I would have to summon some other a number of guys too. There's an off chance it could be 0 because if it's a 1, if it's effectively something that normally has a 1 here, it'll be reduced by 1 to 0. I could also stand here and do it, but that's stupid. Why is it stupid? Well, for one thing, I'm going to have to get the question mark in addition anyway. And then also I'd have to get these 4 in addition, and I already have push. So it does no good to get push twice, and yet I would summon 4 plus whatever this gives me. So that would be a bad move. All right, but I'm going to go for the other one. I could consider if I want to get something else first before I go for this one, which could be challenging. And one thing to always consider is your energy and credits. I am kind of lowish on energy. Sometimes you need energy to get yourself out of a jam, especially push is like my favorite one. You just keep pushing them back and shooting them, pushing them back and shooting them. But every time you use a push, it costs 2 of these energy. So if I only have 4 energy, I can only use push twice. Anyway, I think I'm just going to go for it. Let's just do it. But that guy appeared, so let's pick him off. Ideally, every time I siphon, I want to have a clear board. I'm not happy with this guy here, so I'm going to pick him off. Sometimes you just have to do this a lot even, but right now I'm actually in the clear. Fortunately, he was the guy who could move through walls, so I didn't have to go all the way around to meet him like around here and shoot him. It was kind of easier this way in this instance. Anyway, here we go. Let's see what it is. Oh shit. That's a bad one. This is like the most expensive one in the entire game. This is called Attack Plus, and it has an 8 here. But for now, it counted as a 7 because it was a question mark. But as you can tell, 7 plus 4 is a lot. I could use it because it might save my hide right here. What it does is all of your attacks count as double the power. And if you've been paying close attention, most enemies take 2 hits, except the demons take 3. So what essentially this would do if I activate this power is for the rest of this level, I'll kill the 2 guys with 1 hit and the 3 guy with 2 hits. So I'm thinking of just using that right now. Delay? I actually think about delay. How does that work? Delay might be good, actually. The way delay works, and I haven't used that one too often, so it's possible I might use it slightly wrong and screw up. But what it does is anytime there's the enemies are in this square form, meaning they're about to warp into the game, it gives you, I think, 2 or 3 extra turns of them in that square. And if you shoot them once, you just one shot kill them. So again, I'm a little hazy about that one because I haven't used it a lot. But let's say it's 3 turns it buys me. What I could do is use delay, step here, that's 1 turn, shoot him, that's turn 2, and then step here. And I kind of have my own little, again, like a little bunker area that I like to get. I might be able to pick them off one by one. My concern is the pink guys who, again, can go through the walls. But I do have debug, which could help me to deal with them. So if the pink guys are in the walls or on these QB thingies, I could use debug. So I think I'm going to play it like that. And also, I want to learn how delay works because I rarely use it. I would like to get a better feel for precisely how it works. So let's try to pay attention to that. I'm going to use delay right now. All right, so now you can see it has that yellow square around the squares. I go, it's 1 turn, zap him, 2 turns, 3. And they're still in that form. So I had 3 turns, and now I have another opportunity to just one-shot this guy here. So essentially it's like 4 turns. That was really good. That was really good. But as you can see, I do have a couple of the pink guys who go through walls, and I have a lot of the viruses. I think I can mostly kind of hang out here, though, and pick them off from this way. It's just the pink guys will give me a little grief, but I can, again, use the debug as needed. If I were concerned about the viruses much, and I'm not really because of the layout, I could use antivirus, which would damage all viruses on the screen, which again are these purple guys, for 1 point. So I basically have a lot of things in my arsenal at the moment. But I think I'm good, except for maybe I'll need to use debugs. Okay, zapping them. And one of the pink guys is coming here, but actually, this pink guy here is going the long way. So what I could actually do, that's only because these freaking viruses are in his way. Otherwise, he would go directly to me. That's just how they behave. I know that from experience. What I can do right now is this. I can shoot him once, and this blue guy moves here, and everybody else is backed up behind him, essentially. I shoot him again. The pink guy is out of the picture. And that makes things a lot better. I can continue to attack just going left. The pink guy might find a way to creep through and cause me a tiny bit of grief, but again, the debug is something I can deal with as needed. And hey, Stu is here, and he said, I don't remember saying that. I do remember you saying that, though. Ryan is right. Tank tops with boobs. I don't know if you said that exact phrase, but something like that. Anyway, here we go. Let's try to take out this army. It's 1, 2. Yeah, here the pink guy is creeping in. I might just use debug now. Let me give it one more turn to think about. If I kill him right now, I don't know how the pink guy is going to behave. As far as I'm concerned, it's like a 50-50. If he goes here, that's not good, because he's going to come and kind of flank me while the virus is flooding from here. But if he goes down here, that's wonderful, because then I can just keep picking him off and not even worry about it. However, since I'm not sure how he's going to behave, I'm going to use a debug. So here we go. Let's zap the pink guy. Boom. And Stu says, I just streamed, and I had 3 people on my stream. I should have known not to challenge the master. What were you streaming, Stu? And you do remember it. Now that you see this guy, you remember it. Okay. So now I can pick them off at my leisure. Somehow this game, I find it so satisfying when you get to, you plan your strategy just right and you get into the right position where you're able to just pick them off and things like that. That's one of the reasons I like this game a lot. It feels satisfying when you manage to pick off an army successfully. And Stu said he was playing. Oh, Ryan's leaving. Okay. Thanks for joining me, Ryan. It was fun as always. I'm having so much fun tonight that the time is flying, and unfortunately, I am going to have to wrap this up soon. I'm going to make my hard stop 1 a.m. It is 12:43 a.m. right now. I feel like I have something minor going on tomorrow, so hopefully I don't forget about it. I also want to do some general straightening up of my house. 'Cause I'm having a bunch of guests next Saturday. But yeah, and then you know how the weekdays go and work and stuff. So anyway, Stu says Actual Reality 2, a 2019 game for TRS-80. Interesting. It's one of those things where you go, why does somebody make a game for TRS-80 in 2019? Well, that's what homebrew is about, right? You like the system and you want to make something that, you know, fits in with the style of the system and everything. You know, I play homebrews too. It's just when I see TRS-80, I see like a bunch of black and white text and really basic graphics, so I get turned off. But that's because I don't have the experience of having played it in my youth. So to you, it's probably appealing, Stu. But to me, I'm like, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I've done the hard part now. Now I'm thinking, what do I want to do with my second siphon? If I just want to get points, I could just go right here and get these 5 points. I try to make my siphons in general suck up some of the credits and energy, like as much as I reasonably can. The problem is if I stand here and get the 5 points, all I get out of that one siphon is one single energy. And then by the time I finish fighting the 5 enemies who are going to appear, I might be down from this already pretty low 9 and 5. I might be at like 6 and 2 or something. So that's a deterrent for me to pick this one. I might just go with the 4, because then I get to suck up this by getting this 4. And the only thing that makes me hesitant about that option is then I have to fight 4 guys, and I don't have a cozy little bunker like this area here. But I think I'm going to go for the 4 anyway. And Cauldron says, after this thinking individuals game, I'll spend the rest of the night probably watching Al SpongeBob. AI SpongeBob? Oh, wow. Sorry, I didn't get it with a capital I. AI SpongeBob. I didn't know that was a thing. I heard of AI Seinfeld. All right, so I'm gonna go and get that 4 and kill this demon first, and let's see if this works out. I might be able to actually retreat to this bunkery area anyway, but chances are, given all the number of squares here, the 4 guys will probably be like 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, and 4 here. So basically, somebody will probably be in the bunker anyway. But let's see how it goes. There's actually 3 in the bunker. Okay. So actually, in a sense, that makes it easy too, because I step up here, I kill him, and yeah, I pick them off as they come out of the bunker. Oh, I don't like the way that virus appeared up there, but I think I'll be able to handle it. Yeah, look at that. 1, 2, and then finish him. All right, cool. Colin says there's AI SpongeBob now at Paramount keeps trying to shut it down, but it always pops back up. They can't kill it. I'll tell my wife that she actually works for Paramount. She'll find that pretty funny. All right, let's jump into the hole to Sector 3. I don't know why I have no sound, but I'm afraid to play with it again because this game is being awkward tonight. All right. So what do we have? We have the 3 enemies, 1, 2, 3, and again we are nicely located in a bunkerish area, so we can hopefully pick them off mostly one by one. Again, it's always those pink guys that foil bunkers, but we don't have any pink guys, so we're pretty good. Here's another Cryptog. All right, so now I will do my usual strategy. I pick off the starting enemies, try to grab all the siphons while picking off the ones who warp into the level one by one. And now I decide what I'm actually going to siphon. I already have D-Bomb. I already have Push. Those are 2 critical ones, but I already got them. Poly is it's all right. All it does is randomly shuffle up the type of each enemy. So if you have one demon and one virus, they might become 1 Cryptog and 1 pink guy. I never remember the pink guy's names. Undo, that can come in handy. Just undo the last move. I like to think that, I should always expect what's going to happen, so I shouldn't need undo. But then sometimes, the game proves you wrong and you wish you had undo. So maybe I'll get undo. And then some points. I could get the 4 perhaps. Or yeah, let's start with the undo and see what happens. Undo. All right, 3 guys to deal with. All right. Gonna hide and cower in the corner. Sans serif fonts. For all the crap that Comic Sans gets, it's the only sans serif that seems to understand that the horizontal bars on a capital I aren't serifs. They're actually part of the letter. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I really hate any font that or the L is confusing with the uppercase I or even the number one. I don't necessarily hate the entire font, but I hate that one decision about it. All right, so yeah, I'm actually deciding now if I want to get the 4 with less stuff. So maybe I would stand here and get 1 credit and 4 energy, or I could stand here and get 6 credit. I think I said the wrong types over here. Anyway, let's start again. I could stand here and get 1 energy and 4 credits. I could stand here and get 2 energy and 6 credits. I would get 1 fewer point if I stand here though, but it is good to you got to really try to keep these credits and energy, replenished as much as possible in this game. It's a balancing act. I could also just, go somewhere where I don't get points at all sometimes. Like maybe this would be maximizing energy and credits if I really wanted to. I didn't really count it out though, but I usually try to, get some value in both ways, get some points and credits and energy. So I think I'm going to go with this space right here. And now I have to deal with 3 enemies. A Pinko. They're like the ninja assassins. Even though the blue ones are invisible, I feel like the pink guys are the ones who sneak in and get you. All right, let's do it. We cleared out the level. We used all the siphons. Let's move to the next one. We're on sector 4. And let's see. Caller said if you type in AI sponge without typing the quotation marks in the YouTube search bar, it's the first result. It's always live. It never stopped except for when Paramount takes it down. That's funny. They should just leave it up. I mean, it keeps coming up anyway, but all right, I gotta think how this is gonna play out here. Pink is gonna be a pain in my ass right now. Actually, here's the thing: if I retreat this way, Demon comes up here, and Pink will probably follow suit. He might go this way. I'm not sure which. I think he would. I'm not sure honestly, but I think if I kill Demon, then he's just gonna go straight up because it's the most straightforward route to me. I think that's the way to go. Just do that. Oh, now I have the problem of the virus. He's gonna hit me. And the way I play this game is I consider taking a hit to be not a problem because you get healed by 1 level after each state, after each sector. If I'm like this, by the time I exit the level, then when I exit it, I become a happy face again. So I always think it's okay to allow yourself to take 1 hit on a level. So maybe I'll go with just zapping down, taking 1 point from the virus, and hoping I get through the rest of the level okay. Otherwise, maybe I don't know. I could just use an antivirus or something. I do have a lot of credits. Maybe I'll do. Or I could use a push. Hmm. I don't have a ton of energy. I have a good amount of energy, but the credits are like really abundant right now. So if I use antivirus, he gets hurt and he gets stunned for a turn. Then I shoot him, and then he's gonna get ready to move and attack me. But I can just ping again. Let's try that antivirus once. Boom, bonk, bonk. All right. No, yeah, he didn't get ready to ping again because he's damaged. All right, cool. Uh, oh, and Calder says I can understand or I can see why Paramount wants to stop it. They let viewers type in topic suggestions, and you can imagine how kid friendly it turns out. Gotcha, gotcha. And Stu says, I always told my kids they weren't allowed to watch the actual SpongeBob show because it would make them brain dead. Okay. I don't know. Rob Bob used to watch SpongeBob, and he didn't turn out too brain dead. Let's see. What are we going to do now? One thing that's interesting is I'm old enough that SpongeBob didn't come out until I was, well, pretty well into adulthood. But sometimes I talk to, grown adults, some of them with even a little gray hair or something, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I watched so much SpongeBob in middle school, didn't everybody?" I'm like, "Middle school? It didn't exist when I was in middle school. Sorry." All right, what the heck am I doing here? Weight is a critical one that I don't have. It's so basic, and sometimes it seems so silly if you describe it. It is really good to have though. All it does is you spend, I think, one energy and you wait. You pass your turn. You can't pass your turn otherwise in this game. It can be really valuable to have weight. So I'm gonna get weight, and it only summons one enemy too, so it's not that big a deal to grab it. I think this is a good place to get it from resource-wise. I'll be grabbing these guys. Yeah, this is pretty good resource-wise as well. So let's get weight for sure. And Stu said I watched the AI Seinfeld for a couple of days, and I was just dying laughing, mostly because of the glitches. Interesting. I saw that. I saw it. I just like watched it for like 2 minutes, and I was like, whatever. I don't know. I don't get it. But I mostly remember it being like really bland. Like I think there was a laugh track even, but it was like, why are they laughing? They're just saying straightforward and boring things, or they were just saying straightforward and boring things, and there was no laugh track in either case. I don't remember which was the case, but it was just like, I don't like this. I don't know. I guess you just have to like the idea that it's AI generated, or watch for glitches. Anyway, uh, what do I want to do? Delay. I already have delay. I already have debomb. I already have undo. Pretty much that leaves warp as far as programs that I could possibly obtain. I could try to get 7 points in warp at the same time. That's going to be dangerous, but it could be fun. If Arturo is here, he likes to egg me on. He's like, yeah, do that. Because this is going to be quite a challenge, but sometimes it works out pretty nicely. You have like, sometimes it gives you like all viruses. Then they go, okay, I'll just use antivirus twice to hurt all the viruses on the map twice, and that's it. You solve the problem. I'm gonna try it, even though I don't have Arturo as the devil on my shoulder making me do it. I'll be my own devil. So Stu says, for example, it would show the comedy club, but Jerry wouldn't be there, or someone would sit on the couch by like trying to hump it, then their body would turn inside out, and they would be sitting. What? Or one of the characters would fly across the room or through another character. Oh my goodness, it does sound kind of funny. More funny than the dialogue it's making, probably. All right, I'm gonna do this crazy thing. This could be the end of me here, but I do have to wrap up the stream soon anyway. But let's see what happens. All right, we have 12 enemies to deal with. Let's step down and see what happens. Okay. You know my usual spiel about you could hide out in a bunker unless pink guys spoil the party. Well, I have not one, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pink guys to deal with in addition to 3 viruses and 3 demons. Okay, so ideally I can lure a lot of the pink guys onto these walls or cubes at the same time, because then each debug I use will kill them all. But I don't think I'm going to be able to get too many onto the cubes at once. So let's see what happens if I step up once. Okay, I have 3 on the cubes now, so that might be a good start. I'll just blast them. So anyway, I start blasting. Boom. Okay, to start. This is actually a good time to use weight, probably. Let's try that. Okay. So I can shoot the one up. See what they do next. Okay. Now I can use debug and kill 2 of them. The virus is going to slam me, though. I could push. I can do a debug. If you use debug, it doesn't like take your turn. So in other words, if I use debug now, it'll kill him, and the virus doesn't get to go immediately. I get to take another action still. So the powers are kind of like a freebie, like they don't take your turn. Freebie in the sense of how much time turns it takes. It takes no turns. It still costs something in the form of these guys. All right, let's do a debug. All right, so now things are looking pretty good-ish. I could use antivirus or push or both. Um, yeah, I'm starting to really slow down mentally, so I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just do antivirus twice and be done with those freaking viruses. I think if I want to really be economical with the resource spending, I should count it out and stuff. But I don't know. Maybe it's too late for that. Too late in the evening. Let's just do it. Antivirus twice. Boom. Boom. They're gone. Good. They're done. Now what do I do? Okay. Let's do a D-bomb. If I do D-bomb, closest demon dies, and it injures everybody next to him, including diagonals. So this guy will be gone, this guy will be gone, this guy will be injured. Let's do it. D-bomb. Boom. Next step up here. Finish him. Now we just do wait and finish these guys. And another Pinko showed up. Great. I'm just going to take one hit. It's fine. Like, again, remember, your hit points are a resource. If you get hit once and then you leave the level, it's like nothing happened. Which is exactly what I'm going to do. So I did spend a ton of creds. I think I had 26 before that whole melee. But I did get warp, and I did get 7 points. I'm trying to remember how warp works. I think it takes one enemy and replaces another with him or something. And I don't know, it's weird. I'll have to try it out. That's right, I got warp. Cauldron said last night on AI SpongeBob, Squidward said injects heroin. And the dialogue chose that time to have an audio stroke. And I died laughing because it was like the heroin was making him mumble noises after. Oh my goodness. Okay, now I can see why Paramount doesn't want like kids watching that or something. The warp does like a teleport of the enemy though, I think. You know what? I should look it up because I don't quite remember. It could be right actually, Stu. Let's look it up. Warp. Here's the web page for the game. Oh, I can't slide onto my screen because I'm in full screen mode, and the game is being weird when I fiddle with things, so I'm afraid it's gonna crash. But if you look at the website on 868-hack.neocities.org, it has like this encoded stuff. This is the secret page. It has like you have to press a show button to decrypt it. It's kind of funny. Anyway, what does warp do? I just want to remind myself. It doesn't actually say on this page. Okay. Um, huh. There we go. It's a different page. Warp. Wait, what? Alert level raised from. Oh, this is a change they made. Okay. I'm looking at changes they made in a particular version. I guess they don't actually say what warp does on the website. I probably have to find a wiki or something if the game's even popular enough to have such a thing. All right, I'm just gonna roll with it. But it should say when I like mouse over, like give me a basic description. It usually does. Huh. Sometimes the descriptions are so brief that it's not totally helpful, but it would say something like teleports enemy or something like that. Should call 868 hack and see who answers. All right. Yeah, maybe it's a right click you have to do. There we go. Replace random enemy. Yeah. I'm trying to remember how that. I think it takes something like. Oh, here we go. Stu's reading it. He found it somewhere. A great strategy is to pick up warp. If you make sure you have a modest supply of resources by floor 8, you can simply warp until you can waltz into the goal. I do this all the time. Right. I think how it works, I'm starting to come back to me, is it takes the nearest enemy and it gets an arbitrary one if there's a tie, and it teleports him on top of another random enemy, killing the one it replaces. So it's a way to kill enemies as well as get one that's nearby to you out of your hair, if I remember correctly. I think that's how it is. All right, so here we are on sector 5. We have 5 enemies to deal with. All right. It's going to be a little bit painful here. Okay. Actually, that wasn't bad at all. Where is that dude? There he is. Oh, shoot. Okay. I'm going to have to take one hit or use an ability. That's always the question. I'm not exactly swimming in resources anymore. Maybe I'll just take one hit. Do, 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 do. And you can see with each sector, they spawn quicker too. I think it's simply, no, not simply. It's something like, on sector 1, every 8 turns, if there's a new summon. On sector 2, it's every 7 turns. Sector 3 is every 6 turns, and so on. Something like that. They definitely summon faster and faster. If I'm really going to become an ace at this game, I should know that rule. Why don't we try to figure it out? Actually, let's count. So after this next guy summons, I'll count how many turns until the next one. There's one. I'm kind of going a little ahead of myself. Let me start over. Okay, 1. And now, actually, we'll start counting from now. This is the first turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So on the 8th turn on sector 5, for what that's worth, I could take note of that and hopefully figure out a formula. Sector 5 was 8 turns for respawn. Get the idea. All right. Okay, so what the heck am I doing with the siphons here? Row is a good one to have. It makes if I used row right now, if I had it, it would make a zappy thingy on both sides of me, and it harms everybody in the way. It doesn't like stop when it hits a guy. Stu says I tried to call the number and some old lady yelled at me. Tattoo that fact on your arm like the guy in Memento. Yeah, my memory is pretty bad sometimes, so yeah, maybe I should do that. In case I lose the text file later, I won't have any problems. Let's go for the row here. And the question is, where do I want to stand exactly? I could definitely use credits more than energy, although they're. By the way, my rough. It depends on which programs I want to use, but my rough guideline, I have this gut feeling that once I'm at like 10-ish, that's when I'm starting to get low-ish, but I'm not in like dire straits yet. 15 is all right, that's okay-ish. Once I get like 20 or beyond, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm doing awesome. So I want to get more credits and energy, but probably a little more credits than energy. So I think probably standing right here would do a good job. I would get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 credits and 2 energy. That's probably a great place to stand and get the row. If I stand here, I would get 6 energy, but no credits. That would be if I stand here. So let's go here and do it. Okay, let's kill whatever this is. Got a virus in the face and kill a demon. All right, pretty good. And this is where weight can come in handy because I can try stepping down and see where he goes. Good, he stepped it right in my line of sight, which is great. But it's possible oh, there's a mosquito. Let's kill it. No, that's not a mosquito. That's a lightning bug in my house. Huh. All right. Anyway, now you can see I'm actually full on my program thingies. If I get one more, it wipes out. How does it work? I remember last time I streamed this game, I figured out the logic. I think it like bumps off the first one, which would be really bad because debug is great. So in other words, I don't want to get any more programs unless I see something that seems better than debug, I guess, or I have no choice for some reason. But now I'm attracted to the 6. I would love to get 6 points. Again, really the game is ultimately about getting points. So 16 isn't great. Of course, I still have the rest of this sector to go, and then three more. To me, a decent high score is getting like at least 40 or so. But if I want to beat my old high scores, it's good to get like in the 60s or even more probably. And Cauldron says lightning bugs haven't been around much this June. You know what? I don't think I've seen any outside, so I'm not not even sure what I just swatted. But it seemed like more sturdy than a mosquito, and I kind of lost track of where it is though. So it's probably still alive. I just kind of like knocked it with my hand, swatted it with my hand. It's probably alive still, whatever it is. Anyway, I'm gonna go for the six, and again I can choose where I want to stand and when I siphon. I think this looks offhand like the best place. This is not bad either. Sometimes you just got to count it right. If I stand to the left of it, I get 6 credits and 1 energy. If I stand to the right of it, I get 3 energy and 2 credits. That's a little more balanced. Um, I think I like the left one better though. Let's do that. Here we go. 6 can be a little tough to deal with, but we've dealt with worse. But again, it can often depend on, do you have a little bunker to hide out in? I don't really have a bunkerish area because there's like, I guess this corner is a bunker-ish. It's just that the fact that there's two openings makes it a lot weaker. I would say it's not a bunker. In fact, I'd say this level doesn't really have a bunker. Maybe a little bit ish here in the corner or in this section. Anyway, let's just do it and see what happens. Okay, yeah, this is not really ideal placement. All right, let's step to the left. Maybe I should use the delay, but too late now. I mean, I could hit undo. So where did I? I can probably handle this. I feel like I'm going to be using a lot of like pushes and maybe a D bomb or two. Delay would help me pick off like I think 3 of them off the bat. Maybe I should do that. I'll do an undo and a delay. Cauldron says we should be okay, no viruses. I mean, yeah, I think we'll be okay. It's a matter of how much of these programs I'm going to use in the process, though. The pink guys are going to be annoying. Hey, I'll just fight through it and see what happens. Let's go. Okay, shoot, shoot. Okay, now I have to decide what I'm doing. That I could use a D bomb right here. That might work pretty nicely. He blows up. He kills him with the D bomb, and then I can shoot down to finish him off. And then he moves closer, and he moves closer. And I can even do another D bomb. That might work. All right, let's start with the first D bomb. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Yeah. Let's do a push, actually. That'll work fine. Do a push. Push, shoot, 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 shoot. Where's the blue guy? If I was really good at this game, I would keep a really good mental track of where the blue guys are because they're invisible. He is probably. I don't know which path he's taking. I guess they tend to take the shorter path. Oh, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably taking this path, and I think he's going like along this route. He might be here. He might be here. If I step to the right, he'll zap me if he is here. So I think I'm gonna play it by playing a wait. There we go. He was where I was afraid he was. So if I had stepped to the right instead of waited, he would have surprised attacked me, and I would be a frowny face right now. All right, that worked out nicely. We just had to use one D bomb, one push, and one wait. All right, that essentially clears the level. Deal with these idiots as they pop up, though. And now we can jump to the next level. Now let's count again for my own education how many turns they take to spawn after we clear out these guys. All right, there's one pink over there. Man, I don't like the way he's moving. Okay. He's going to move right next. Most likely. The pink guys can really, it's kind of great that they have the pink guys because it's like kind of hiding out in a bunkerish area is like or like in a corner is like the greatest, it's like the most basic strategy and it works so well. It's good that something can spoil that fun. You think I should move down? I am considering that. And then basically what will happen then is he'll move to the right. Virus will wind up here. I could just use a debug to kill this one in one shot, or if I just move left to hurt him for one, the virus is going to be on top of me over here while I'm over here. I mean, it might not be that bad to deal with. I could just do one push at that point, perhaps. Yeah, let's try it out. Okay, do that. All right, this is exactly what I described. Um, I mean, there's tons of solutions here between all this stuff I have. It's always about what's the most economical. Let's do a push. Zap. I can do another push. Eat one hit. I'm gonna eat one hit. And now I'm just cleaning up, although this virus is gonna be getting me a little bit of a pain. If I finish up the demon right now, he's gonna hit me. So if I go down one, yeah, we can do that. There we go. Beautiful. All right. So now let's try to do the counting that I was trying to do. Okay, so there we go. It appeared. Now let's count how many turns till the next one spawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I suspect it's going to be 7. 7, yeah, because the last one was 8, right? So now in Sector 6, it's 7 turns. So you can see a pattern emerging here. Does that mean it's always decreasing by 1 for every sector, though? Not quite sure. But if we were to guess that's how it works, that means it's on sector 4, just to extrapolate, it would be 4 and 9, 3 and 10, 2 and 11, and 1 and 12. And on the other end, it's 7 and 6, and 8 and 5. That's probably all it is, but I'm not totally sure. All right, let's get back to the game. Kill the virus. Yeah, let's collect our siphons, by the way. Always got to do that. And look at this face. This is the kind of thing Arturo would cheer me on to do. Siphon right here. I only have to deal with 21 enemies. I'm not going to do that one. That's too much. Unless you're there, Arturo, and you can talk me into it. All right. I might get one of the 8s, like one at a time. We have one in the corner, too. What's the best 8, though? There's, you can consider position as well as resources. This is pretty good because it's in the corner, and I would get 4 energy, which is kind of my lower resource at the moment. Obviously, I could get more if I step, for example, here, but that's kind of like wide out in the open, and there's going to be 8 random enemies spawning. Kind of like the corner better. If I could just do a save state and reload, I'd be tempted to just try here and see how it goes. I'm kind of glad it doesn't have that, though. All right, I'm going to try the corner, I think. And again, my usual rule of thumb is clear the board before you siphon. So sometimes it can get difficult to do, but you kind of keep trying as they appear, pick them off, get into the position, and eventually you usually get it. Sometimes they spawn too fast and it's not feasible, and you have to settle for having like 1 or 2 guys on the screen when you siphon. Hopefully only 1, not 2. Anyway, here we go. 8. Okay. All right. I think it's manageable. As usual, I get mostly concerned about the pinks. But right now, I've got both the pinks on the wall, so I can do a debug and kill them both instantly. Let's do that. And now I mostly have to worry about these viruses. I can do a push right now. And now he's 2 spaces away. Can't hit me. Yeah, I think if they get bunched up and then you kind of repeat this garbage. I could do a row if I wanted to. I could zap all these guys in a row. Um, Thinking about economics mostly. That would be. It's kind of more expensive to use a row than just like a push, but I might need like a couple pushes, and my brain can't think that far ahead about how that'll work. If I push, it's gonna be the same arrangement of guys, like 1, 2, 3 in a row, but they'll be like here instead, right? Um, and these guys get pushed downward. All right, I'm gonna. I could row my boat. Maybe I'll do a row. I think that might work nicely. Just hitting all three of these guys at once, and it also saves me from the immediate situation of taking damage. So let's do that. Row your boat. Yeah, this is gonna be nice. All right, no damage from viruses even. All right, cool. Okay, so I have one more siphon to work with. And you can always save siphons for the next level. I think it's usually best to expend them all. Unless there's like nothing you can take advantage on the current level, like nothing good to take. I am tempted to go for another 8. And again, it would be in a less good position if I went for this. I could always go for this one. It would be less productive resource-wise. Maybe I stand here. What about a question mark? Thing about the question mark is I could easily get a program that would bump away my debug, and that would just piss me off. um, and also it would be very likely to be something I already have. So essentially, I might just summon enemies to get nothing or to bump something off. There's an off chance it could be something good, but I just don't like the odds. Like it could be a good point thing. It is true that it's right next to the exit, but you have to remember that the monsters follow you to the next level. That's why I always like to clear the level. If there's like, if each of these squares has an enemy on it, as soon as they go down here on the next level, each of these squares has an enemy on it still. Plus, it would summon 7 new ones for going to sector 7. So yeah, doesn't really work. I kind of wish it didn't keep the monsters around in a sense, because that would be a good tactic you could use, and it would kind of allow for like hit and run tactics. Like, maybe I'll just grab this 8 and try to get to the exit quick. But as it is, you really need to clear the board, or it just gets like too overwhelming. Yeah, I get that, Stu. Intuitively, you wouldn't think they would follow you to the next level, but that's just how it works. All right, I'm gonna go for one of these 8s, and I would really like to get more resources by standing here, but I'm too chicken to do that. So I think I'm gonna stand here and just get the meager 1 energy and 3 credits. Sometimes you gotta, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, etc. If I was really gonna fold, I would just go to the next level. But this is, mitigating my risk a little bit. All right, here we go. All right, once again, I'm afraid of mostly pinks and viruses. And what do I get? A lot of pinks and viruses. Okay. I really got to use delay more because I keep thinking of the value of it like after the fact, and it is something I've underutilized. But I could do undo and do it. Maybe I'll just do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Undo. That last turn didn't happen. And delay. Now I have, what is it, 4 turns. And anytime I shoot one of these squares, they're just instantly killed. So I can go 1, 2. This guy's dead. And I'm still standing here, by the way. 3, 4. And I've killed off those 2 guys. That would be a great start. And I can kind of use this lane here to fire downward as they come up. And then the pink guys, again, will give me trouble. But I think I can handle them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Bam. Nice. Shoot the pink guy once. Shoot him. Shoot him. And viruses are in an annoying place. By the way, there is a column program, but I haven't unlocked it yet. On my iPhone, I unlocked it a while ago. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've unlocked anything. I don't remember how you do it. I think it just happens when you win sometimes. But I wish I had column right now. It would just zap the column down. But instead, I guess I'm going to use either push or antivirus. I don't know. I guess push. Push is like my standard tactic. If you have a lot of pushes available, you can get through practically any jam. Cool. All right, Pinkos are sneaking up on me. I should have probably debugged earlier, but I was dumb. I was focusing on shooting these viruses. All right, let's do another push. Shoot, step to the side, boom, boom. All right, that worked out. Okay, more Pinkos to give me hell. Another one. All right, okay. So survives the level up to 38 points. Oops. I didn't survive it yet, but I got through the hard part. Now I just want to do my typical thing where I try to clear the level before I escape, because I just don't want another enemy following me down. But it gets hard to do when they spawn so fast. And the demons take so many hits that it takes 3 turns just to kill one off. There are times when I do this dance too long and I wind up getting hurt in the process. But usually I can get to the point where I'm like this. Cleared the board, hop into the exit. Next level. Okay. So I want to get a little more energy for sure. But let's see what I have to deal with here. These 7 enemies. Oh, geez. All right, so the best thing I can hope for here is try to get maybe 3 of these pink guys on a wall at a time, and then I can use the debug pretty economically. So I'm thinking maybe if I move down, they'll go like here, here, and this guy might move west. If I stand and shoot to the right, actually that might work. I think if I stand where I am and shoot to the right, this guy is going to decide to go down. He'll decide to go down, and he'll decide to go left, and then I can do a nice debug. Stu says you could also do a row. Yeah, that's a good point. Hmm. Yeah, but I feel like thinking of the economy of it all, basically. It would be good to get this guy hurt, but I feel like my plan is already gonna get him killed with a debug anyway. I think I'm just gonna attack to the right. All right, so we got 3 on them on the wall. So now let's use a debug. And now we do that. And this is my jam. It's not the worst jam to be in considering all those enemies. I can do 1 push. Oh, I forgot about him. I took 1 damage. All right. But the invisible guys do trick you once in a while. At least they trick me once in a while. Okay. So I took 1 hit. I'm on the second to last sector. I don't really have a stellar score. It's not bad. But there's still more points to be had. I could go for the 9 right now. It looks intimidating to me. There's no real good place to hide out if I say stand here, get the 9, and then you have like, blah, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just to get a visualization of how scary it would be while I'm standing here. Hmm. I could be a wuss and just go for the 3. Yeah, that cheap invisible guy. I mean, really, I should have. It's on me to remember where he's going to be, or at least have a decent idea. And I was a little too hasty and I messed up. I could have used undo, I suppose. I always forget I have undo. I'm just starting to learn that I have it. Um, maybe I'll just be a wuss and get the 3. There's also this power called score. I don't have it this game. What this does is you get points just by using it. It costs, I forget what it costs, but it might say if I right click. It costs 5 energy, but it just gives you points every time you use it. However, it gives you a lot more points at the beginning of the game. It gives you, I think, 8 minus your current sector in points, something like that, or 9 minus the current sector. So if you use it on sector 1, I think you get 8 points. Use it on sector 7, you don't get anything. You get like 1 or 2. And the idea that I guess if you were like one space before the exit on the final level, they try to make it so it doesn't really pay off to like just burn off all of your hoarded energy at that point. You have to use it ahead of time, which is riskier to get a lot of benefit from that. But right now, I'm not going to get this because it's like too late, and I don't want to bump off my debug by acquiring score. All right, so I'm gonna go with the 3, I guess, and probably stand here, and I'll get 2 energy and 6 credits. If I stand here, I'm going to get the reset, and I don't want that. It's going to wipe out my debug. I could stand here. The row I already have, though, and it would still summon 3 enemies. So I'm going to do what I said, basically. Once I clear out the idiots, if I ever do. Okay, let's do it. 3. Hopefully I can handle this. Okay. Now, the question is, do I go for the 9? Do I just book it? Do I spend a siphon just to get a bunch of resources so I can make it through level 8 effectively? What if I used warp a lot? How many times could I use warp on the last level? Like Stu was pointing out the great strategy. On floor 8, you can simply warp until you waltz into the goal. This might be crazy, but what I could do is I could get the 9, stand here, get the 9, hopefully just move 2 spaces and exit. And then on sector 8, that means it's going to be 9 plus 8, which is 17 enemies. Could I just kind of warp my way even through 17 enemies? I don't know. I definitely can't use warp 17 times, but I don't think you necessarily have to use it as many times as there are enemies. That would be quite. It might be fun to try. I could actually use a attack plus might be good. You're a badass if you can use that. You one shot everything except the demons, which you 2-shot when you have attack plus on for the entire level. So what I could do is go for the 9. Hopefully I can just walk right and up. I would only not be able to do that if there's like someone blocking me right here. And then I could turn on attack plus on the last level and just try to fight my way through. This is quite risky, but it's fun to take risk. And again, I know that if I just won right now with 41, I don't even think it would be on my high score list. Maybe the very end of it. So I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna get a little crazy. Gonna go for the 9 and try to just exit and then plow my way through with attack plus enabled. But again, I want to clear the level before I even attempt that. Clear the board of monsters, I mean. But it's hard to do. They come so fast. And those demons take 3 hits, making it take even longer. All right, here we go. This could be the stupidest thing you'll see tonight, or it could be one of those things where I'm cheering in celebration, and hopefully you can cheer along with me. Here goes. Okay, I'm not blocked at all. That's good. That's a good start. I should pick off what I should I use delay. With delay, my plan would be to step here, pick him up, but I don't know if I could really do much more than that. I could go to the next level, then use the delay. Delay and then attack, I guess. Don't use delay. All right, so I'm gonna step here. The question is, do I want to pick off what I can before I jump? Yeah, I should do that. I think I should. Let's do that. Pick him off. Pick. Let's do it. Here we go. Final sector. Okay, so I have to go to the left. It's not the worst thing. Not super far. I can use D-bombs, all kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, I think I want to use attack plus. And then I'll still have, even with attack plus on, I'll still have 13 credits and 11 energy, to do some pushes and D-bombs as needed. I think I'll be in pretty good shape. I could even try to get the 9 right here before my way out. Let's do it. I'll see how it goes by the time I get there. It might be feasible. All right, let's use attack plus. Boom. All right, now do I want to use a D-bomb right away here or not? The demons are kind of the drawback of attack plus because it can one-shot everything except them. I think I want to. Let's start with, I don't know. If I use a D-bomb right here, it's gonna get him out of the way, which is nice. Kill him. These guys are damaged, but in a sense, it doesn't matter that they're damaged because I'm gonna be one-shotting them either way. I think I'll start with a D-bomb. Boom. Oh, I didn't know that attack plus bumps up the damage of your D-bomb too. Ah, that's cool. Good to know for sure. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, now I'm in a little bit of a D-bomb again. Hell, why not, right? Damn, that's cool. Since these viruses and their quick motion can be a little bit of a pain, but I don't know, I can do a wait right here. Do wait. Kill him. Kill you. Virus causing pain again. I can wait or step to the right. I don't know, let's just do a wait. I could even charge him probably. Let's do a wait though. Oh shit. Okay. Can do a push. Sweet. Oh my god, attack plus is amazing. No wonder it's so expensive. But here we go. I'm gonna go for a 9. Oh, I have to get a freaking siphon first. That's doable. Let's do it. Hopefully I'm not getting too cocky here, but I think this is totally doable. Let's get a siphon. Shit, should I even get like the 8 and the 9? That's too cocky, isn't it? I can definitely pull off the 9. Should I go for the 8 and the 9? Should I go for the 8 and the 6 together then the 9? No, I'll just go with the 9. I gotta keep in mind that I might need a critical like couple of pushes and D-bombs and run out. Man, that might be my highest score though if I get the 8, 6, and 9. If I get all of them, that would put me at 23 plus 50 is 73. I think that would be my top score. I'm definitely considering it. I just have to remember. Just then, though, I needed to use, just fighting from the top right over to the left a little bit. I did have to use a D-bomb and like a push, and it does cost stuff to fight your way through this many guys. Besides just having the attack plus, it does. But if I use the siphon here, I can get just from the siphon all these things. So that would give me 2 more credits and 4 more energy. All right, let's go crazy. Let's do it. It could fail horribly. Nothing's guaranteed here. Yeah, that's right. I could take some hits as well. All right, here we go. I'm still. This is not life or death, but it's still, I get into the game. Here we go. Okay. Oh, Stu says wait. Oh well, too late. Too late to wait. Sorry. Oh, I should use delay. Oh shit. Again, I always think of delay after the fact. And then I was like, I could always undo and then delay. Uh, should we start with a D-bomb? Start with a D-bomb. D-bomb always sounds like D-bag. I guess I have a strange mind. Do a push, step here, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. Yes, now they can file in like the fools they are. Oh, except the pink guy caught me off guard. Again, I'm going. You think I would be more careful on the freaking final level here? Take my time. Yeah, I can always take a hit, like Stu was saying. I could undo. What did I kill in the last turn? Let's just do a push. It's fine. We can afford some pushes. Calling to eat a hit, but I had already made my decision. It's totally valid option to eat a hit. But I figured, just 2 energy out of my 9 wasn't that expensive, really, since I'm basically ending the game now. Let's clear the board and go for the 9, and then I just take a couple steps, and that might be my all-time high score. I think it is. Or at least on this computer. I used to do pretty well on my iPhone as well. So, all right, here we go. I'm not actually sure if the game ever summons guys immediately adjacent to you. I feel like it might try to avoid that unless it can't, unless it has no other option, but I'm not really sure. Anyway, here we go. I should be able to just do this and then take 2 steps and have a really nice high score. Okay, I put one right in the exit, but that shouldn't be a problem. Just shoot it, yeah, and bingo! Yeah. Thanks for supporting me, Stu and Cauldron, in this momentous occasion. With that, I'm a wizard. With that data you stole, you can finally have your need for sleep surgically removed. All right. I wish I could have that in real life sometime. Holy crap, is it really 1:41 a.m.? Oh my god. I didn't realize I was playing that long. Okay. Well, I got to go to bed now, but that was a fun win. And I unlocked a new thing, Crash. Clear surrounding cells. I don't know what that means exactly. Does it just automatically kill everyone around me? I think it does. That's a good one. I guess it would, I don't know if it counts diagonals, but even if it doesn't, that cost is not bad. All right, 73 points. And I'm still running. This game likes to keep track. I kind of aborted that screen by accident. This game keeps track of your run, like how many consecutive wins you get. It has like a separate score list for that. But this is my best score on this machine, on this computer. Actually, I had never hit 60 before, even on this computer. Again, I have a totally separate score list for my iPhone, in which I had some really good runs. But yeah, this is my best on the computer for sure. You can check the streak. You can see here it keeps track of your streaks. So in this case, I am still running. And what I could do, maybe next week, we'll see. I might try to continue the streak and try to break my streak record, perhaps. But if you look at the global records, they're insane. Sometimes you wonder if they're cheating somehow. How does somebody get 999 points for real? And even the lower end of that is pretty impressive, like 132. And you have to figure they're using the score ability somehow to do that. That score program. Every time you spend 5 energy, you get some points. I don't know how they're able to spend so much of it, though. That's the question. But yeah, interesting. They found some trick, I guess. Thanks, Stu. Stu said nice job. Yeah, 999. It makes you think somebody cheated. And also, these are the high streak scores. Like, come on, how are those top 2 possible? if they didn't cheat, they somehow found an exploit. Right? It's either a cheat or an exploit right there. And that must be one of the high scores here too. Yeah, the second one here, Black Cat, has 999 and a streak score of 1.7 million. What the hell? Maybe they found a way to write a bot that plays the game, and it just plays enough times that by luck it can win enough times in a row. You just leave the bot running, right? That might actually be a feasible thing, even if it's not like a literal cheat. It's totally possible to make a bot play this game. Anyway, I'm just speculating. But yeah, I really got to go to bed now. I was saying I had a hard stop of 1 a.m. Hard stop just means I really want to go to sleep by then. There's nothing really stopping me from staying up, as you can see. But yeah, I had a lot of fun playing that and Dark Survivors. And thanks for sticking with me at this late hour, Stu and Cauldron, and anybody else who might be watching. But that's all for tonight, folks. I'll probably see you next Thursday, in which I will play old games on a Thursday, but I don't know what I'm playing. Yeah, so good night. Take care.